And I'd like to start with our call to order. And Madam Clerk, over to you for our protocols for a COVID virtual meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, everyone. I'm going to provide a very short review of the protocols for electronic participation in this council meeting. This meeting is being live streamed. In order to ensure that the meeting remains accessible for the public, the meeting will be recessed for 10 minutes if the live stream is interrupted or fails. Staff will work to get the live stream up and running as soon as possible and will keep council advised. If you wish to speak, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon located to the right of your name in the participant list. The speakers list will be determined based on members who have raised their hand using the hand icon. Voting for this meeting will be conducted verbally. For procedural votes that do not require a recorded vote, the chair or I will call for any objections. If you have an objection, please indicate your name and your objection. If no objections are stated, the motion will be deemed to be adopted. For recorded votes, I will call upon each member and will confirm the vote for each member. If you do not respond when called upon to vote, I will call your name a second time. If you do not respond to the second call, you will be recorded as abstaining from the vote, and your vote will count in the negative as a nay vote. If you're leaving the meeting, please send an email to council@peelregion.ca to indicate that you're leaving the meeting. If you leave the meeting for any votes thereafter, you will be marked absent. We shall now commence the meeting with roll call. Mayor Brown?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson?
Here, thanks.
Thank you. Mayor Crombie?
I'm here, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Demurla? Councillor Demurla?
I'm present, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dasco? Councillor Dasco? Councillor Dillon? Councillor Dillon? Councillor Downey?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Fonseca?
Good morning, I'm here, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fortini? Councillor Fortini? Councillor Groves?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Innes?
Good morning, present.
Thank you.
Hi, and my apologies, Dasco, I'm here as well.
Thank you, Councillor Dasco. Councillor Kovac?
I'm here. Good morning.
Thank you. Councillor Mahoney?
Good morning, I'm present.
Thank you. Councillor McFadden?
Good morning, everyone.
Thank you. Councillor Medeiros?
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Paleshi?
Present, good morning.
Thank you. Councillor Parrish?
Yes, here.
Thank you. Councillor Raz?
Good morning, everybody.
Thank you. Councillor Sato?
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Santos?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Sinclair? Present. Thank you. Councillor Starr?
Present.
Thank you. Mayor Thompson?
Present. Good morning, everyone.
Thank you. Councillor Vicente?
I'm here.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
it's Councillor Dillon. I'm here.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon. And we have quorum, so back over to you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to our Indigenous land acknowledgement. We would like to begin by acknowledging the land on which we gather and which the region of Peel operates is part of the treaty lands and territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit. For thousands of years, Indigenous peoples inhabited and cared for this land. In particular, we acknowledge the territory of the Anishinaabe, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Ojibwe Chippewa peoples, the land that is home to the Métis, and most recently, the territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, who are direct descendants of the Mississaugas of the Credit. We are grateful to have this opportunity to work on this land, and by doing so, give our respect to its first inhabitants. And I also want to take this opportunity to make our announcement on behalf of the Region of Peel with regards to Pride 2021. On June 1st, the Region of Peel will raise the Pride flag at a number of our buildings, including 10 Peel Centre Drive and 7120 Hurontario Street, several paramedic stations, and the Peel Art Gallery, Museum, and Archives. The flag will be flown for the month of June to acknowledge Pride in Peel. The rainbow flag began as a symbol representing LGBT social movements such as the Stonewall riots, which became the impetus for the gay rights movement in the US and across the world. It is one example in history where people came together to fight for the greater equality and inclusion. Now the rainbow flag represents the fight for inclusion and acceptance of two-spirit, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer communities. The colors black and brown were added by the City of Philadelphia to honor queer people of color. The Region of Peel is committed to building a community for life where everyone enjoys a sense of belonging. Unfortunately, through this pandemic, we have witnessed too many demonstrations of racism and systemic discrimination towards a number of different groups. Such behavior has no place in our region. In 2021, there is still so much work to be done. We will continue to work towards building an inclusive community and workplace where diversity is embraced and celebrated. Although we cannot celebrate in our customary way due to the COVID pandemic, it is important for everyone to take time to acknowledge what is happening in our communities. This year, in recognition of Peel Pride, the region has collaborated with the local municipalities to host a virtual Pride event on June 23rd to learn about the barriers that LGBTQ2S+ community continues to face. Events will also be occurring throughout the cities of Brampton, Mississauga, and the town of Caledon. Let's continue to learn about each other's differences. Become an ally for the LGBTQ2S+ community and other diverse groups. It is through this learning that we learn and build better understanding and mutual respect. Just one last one, if you'll permit me on a personal note. All the morning papers made reference today to the fact that the Prime Minister would be apologizing to Canadians of Italian descent for certain things that happened during the Second World War. And I wanted to acknowledge the Prime Minister, and on behalf of our community, grateful for that. But if I may also add just some words from my dear departed father. My father would also say, thank you for the apology, but he'd also say, thank you for the blessing of having allowed us into this country and all the great blessings Canada has given us as well. So to the Prime Minister, and I'll thank you for a long overdue apology. I acknowledge all the folks that have worked so hard to get it. And at the same time, I do want to say on certainly the Unica family's behalf, thank you for this country, for having us allowed us in. And we make note of all the great things that have been given to us as Canadians of Italian descent. So with that, and thank you for that, I now turn to declarations of conflict of interest. Do we have any? Hearing none. Approval of the minutes from the May 13th, 2021 Regional Council meeting. Madam Clerk, do you have a mover and a seconder?
I've got the motion moved by Councillor Starr and seconded by Councillor Downey.
Do I have all in favor? Is there anybody opposed? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, that's dealt with. I need the approval of the agenda now. And Madam Clerk, you have one slight revision over to you regarding the agenda for today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got a motion moved by Councillor McFadden and seconded by Councillor Innes that item 8.1 on the May 27th, 2021 Regional Council agenda be withdrawn. And further, that item 8.2 on the May 27th, 2021 Regional Council agenda be received. And further, the agenda for the May 27, 2021 Regional Council meeting include a communication from Andrew Janeri, partner Bennett Jones LLP, regarding a complaint pursuant to Section 20 to be dealt with under the hearing of complaint item 8.3. And further, that item 12.1 on the May 27, 2021 Regional Council agenda be withdrawn. And further, the agenda for the May 27, 2021 Regional Council meeting be approved as amended. And Mr. Chair.
Mover and a seconder, yep.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, do you need a formal vote on that as well?
No, just to confirm if there's any objections.
Are there any objections? Hearing none, our amended agenda is confirmed. Now, Madam Clerk, over to you for the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we'll begin with Just moving down to the delegation sections, we'll hear from those delegates. Section 8, so 8.1 is withdrawn. 8.2 was for receipt as per the approval of the agenda. And 8.3 is for receipt, which is the letter withdrawing 8.1. So we'll move on to section 9. 9.2, COVID-19 funding for the vulnerable update. Do I have consent for this item? Thank you. 10.1, letter from Christine Massey regarding the deadly COVID-19 vaccine cover-up. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. 10.2, letter from Christine Massey providing information that Manitoba Chief Microbiologist acknowledges COVID-19 tests are meaningless and fraudulent. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. 11.1, Peel Renewable Natural Gas Center, which is going to be a presentation. 11.2 is also going to be a presentation from staff. 12.1 has been withdrawn. 14.1, the Peel Agricultural Advisory Working Group Update 2019 to 2020 and related initiatives. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. Moving on to section 16, 16.1, funding of cap tax increases 2021. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. 16.2, 2021, public sector network update and budget. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. 16.3, supply and implementation of an electronic patient care record solution for paramedic services. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. 16.4, Black North Initiative. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. 18.1, Region of Peel Waste Collection Bylaw 35-2015 amendments. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. 18.2, we will have to hold to do the appointments for the working group. 18.3, Clean Water Act Requirements, Credit Valley, Toronto and Region Central Lake, Ontario Source Protection Committee member appointment process. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. 18.4, report of the Waste Management Strategic Advisory Committee, the meeting held on May 20th, 2021. Is there consent for this item? Thank you.
Sinclair.
18.
I think Councillor Sinclair wanted to hold that one.
18.4, thank you. Councillor Sinclair will hold that for you.
Is that the one you wanted to hold, Councillor Sinclair?
18.4, Councillor Sinclair, is that the item that you wish to hold? Okay. All right. Okay, thank you. We'll hold that for you. 19.1, a letter from Deborah Martin Downs, dated April 30th, 2021, requesting a joint nomination of one Region of Peel representative to the Credit Valley, Toronto and Region and Central Lake Ontario Source Protection Committee. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. 19.2, letter from Todd Letts, dated May 11th, 2021, providing a copy of the letter to the Mayor and Council of the City of Brampton regarding the proposed motion. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. 19.3, email from Keely Dedman, dated May 19th, 2021, regarding Ontario Municipal Water Association webinar, Water 101 for councillors and senior staff. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. 19.4, Terry Brenton, City Clerk's Office, City of Brampton, letter dated May 25th, 2021, providing a copy of the City of Brampton recommendation regarding downtown Brampton revitalization work. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. 20.1, nurse practitioner funding for long-term care. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. 23.1 and 23.2 are the motions from Councillor Demurla and Sato, so those will be held to let the councillors speak to their respective motions. 24 are the bylaws, so we'll skip to the in-camera matters. 25.1, which is a proposed property acquisition in the City of Brampton, Town of Caledon, and City of Mississauga. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. 25.2, expropriation proceedings, Dixie Road widening. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. 25.3, expropriation proceedings, Mayfield Road widening. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. And that brings us to the end, so I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Oh, and actually, we've got it for the vote, for you to call the mover and seconder for the consent item to vote.
Yes, I need a mover and a seconder for the consent.
Sorry to interrupt. It's Councillor Santos. I wasn't able to get off mute fast enough. I did want to hold 9.2, if that's okay, please. It's the update report.
Very good. So Councillor Santos has asked that 9.2 be held. And with that, I will now call for the vote on the consent agenda as moved by Councillor Sinclair, and I see also Councillor McFadden. Madam Clerk, for the recorded vote, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll begin with Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Mayor Brown in favor. Councillor Carlson?
Yes.
Councillor Carlson in favor. Mayor Crombie?
Yes, thank you.
Mayor Crombie in favor. Councillor Demurla? Councillor Demurla?
Yes.
Councillor Demurla in favor. Councillor Dasco?
Yes.
Councillor Dasco in favor. Councillor Dillon?
In favor.
Councillor Dillon in favor. Councillor Downey?
In favor.
Councillor Downey in favor. Councillor Fonseca?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Fonseca in favor. Councillor Fortini?
In favor.
Councillor Fortini in favor. Councillor Groves?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Groves in favor. Councillor Innes?
In favor.
Councillor Innes in favor. Councillor Kovac?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Kovac in favor. Councillor Mahoney?
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Mahoney in favor. Councillor McFadden?
In favor.
Councillor McFadden in favor. Councillor Medeiros?
In favor.
Councillor Medeiros in favor. Councillor Paleshi?
In favor.
Councillor Paleshi in favor. Councillor Parrish?
Yes.
Councillor Parrish in favor. Councillor Raz?
In favor.
Councillor Raz in favor. Councillor Sato? Councillor Sato? Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Councillor Santos in favor. Councillor Sinclair?
In favor.
Councillor Sinclair in favor. Councillor Starr?
In favor.
Councillor Starr in favor. Mayor Thompson?
In favor?
Mayor Thompson in favor. Councillor Vicente?
In favor.
Councillor Vicente in favor, and that carries.
Thank you. So with our consent agenda, that brings us down to delegations. Our first delegation is Marlon Hilton, Black North Initiative. Marlon, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to distinguished members of council and all others present, watching on live stream and otherwise. All protocols observed. I first thank the Region of Peel for allowing us this opportunity to address council on the work that we are doing in relation to what we believe to be a critical issue for all Canadians, and that is the issue of systemic anti-Black racism. We especially thank the Region of Peel for signing the Black North Initiative, or BNI pledge, and joining the now close to 500 organizations in the Black North community, and positioning itself as a key stakeholder in the Black North community. Black North is very excited to have the region on board, and we look forward to working closely with the region to strengthen what we're doing with respect to public sector organizations and the role that they are playing in the work that we're doing. So I'm Marlon Hilton. I chair what we call at Black North the CEO Pledge Committee, and that's the committee responsible for encouraging additional organizations to take the pledge and join the community as well as ensuring that our existing organizations are fully engaged and fully supported to successfully achieve the commitments in the pledge. By day, I'm a lawyer, founder of Innovate Data Council and Innovate Legal Inc., which is a law firm and technology company focused on legal and operational issues around management of data and information. So jumping into it, I will assume that everyone has read the report to which this delegation relates. That can be found at page 16.4-1 of the materials accompanying the agenda. And I'll focus on the next 12 minutes or so on three things. One is, at a high level, what is BNI? Two, the focus and approach that BNI takes to the pledge and to working with the signatories in the community. Three, how signatories benefit from joining the community. And four, I will join the region of Peel in a call to action for our friends at the City of Mississauga, City of Brampton, and the town of Caledon to join the BNI community and help us make.
And Marlon, I'm sorry to interrupt. I should have made clear as chair, delegations at council are limited to 5 minutes. So if you can do your best to try to adhere to that. Sorry to interrupt, but please carry on. And I should have mentioned that earlier. Please carry on, Marlon.
Sorry, that's my mistake. I thought it was 15, but 5. Okay. So in 5 minutes, I will stick what was supposed to be in 12. And here we go. So the BNI really focuses on removing barriers to Black Canadians achieving their full potential in Canada. And we do that by adhering to a set framework that this critical mass of good organizations and good people that we're bringing together across sectors to tackle this problem. Now, we are doing that in key areas like housing, education, justice and policing, among others. The approach, everything that drives the approach for the Black North Initiative is this idea of community. So we bring together this critical mass of organizations, and we assist each organization in this community to facilitate achieving these commitments under the pledge. In addition to that, however, we provide within this framework a place where all these almost now 500 strong organizations can support each other, share information, and in doing so, help us to achieve the material change that we know we can achieve in relation to this issue, working together as Canadians on the issue. How do organizations or signatories benefit from joining the community? The easiest way to stick this into now less than 5 minutes is by way of examples. So we have over 100 organizations donating time, professional services to the Black North community. These organizations include organizations like the Boston Consulting Group, which is implementing one of our key supports for signatories, and that is a playbook for diversity, equity, and inclusion. And BCG has developed this playbook, and we'll be running workshops and providing this playbook to all members of the community. And the playbook contains concrete steps, concrete programs that members of the community can implement based on their stage in the diversity, equity, and inclusion journey. There are peer-to-peer programs that the Black North Initiative has put in place to allow for the collaboration we mentioned earlier between signatories. And we've put together groups of signatories based on geography, based on size, based on sector. And these groups have professionally facilitated sessions over the course of the year to help these organizations to work through the difficult issues as it relates to getting to the purpose and the objective of removing systemic barriers for Black Canadians. The Black North Initiative offers its platform to assist organization or community organizations to reach Black candidates to the extent that you are looking to recruit Black candidates for key positions in your organizations. We also look at joint projects with our existing signatories. Signatories may have ideas of projects for which they need assistance from the Black community, or they need assistance from the Black North Initiative community to make that project a success. And we do join hands with our community or organizations to do that. Now, call to action, we encourage the city of Brampton, the city of Mississauga, and the town of Caledon to join the region of Peel, sign the pledge. We need you, and we are here to support you to help us as that critical mass of good people and good organizations to make material change in Canada on this important issue. I hope I didn't go over 5 minutes.
Marlon, you were great, and that was very well done. I have a list of questioners. Martin, Mayor Crombie.
Thank you so much for coming forward today. This is very timely. In fact, as you know, we have passed motions here at the Region of Peel, as we have at the City of Mississauga. We passed motion 207 to really address anti-Black racism, Indigenous racism, and to help remove historic, pervasive, institutional, and systemic barriers that exist. And as a result, we created a Black Caucus Advisory Committee who are advising me, and certainly members of council have been participating in our meetings as well. And we have come up with 6 engagement sessions, and there is one tonight, which I wanted to make reference to in my announcement, in announcements today on policing. But the first one was on accessing political power in Canada and breaking barriers to political power and empowerment for the Black community. Then the second one was on accessing Mississauga's resources. And there was a lot of interest in the grants that are available on cultural days. Tonight is very special. It's on policing and police reform and SIU reform. And we'll have Justice Michael Tulloch, Deputy Chief Mark Andrews, and Chair of the Police Board, Ahmed Atia. And I invite yourself and any of the councillors who wish to participate just to go to mississauga.ca/BCE. And BCE stands for Black Community Engagement. So I'm very, very proud of that. And there will be 3 more, personal well-being, accessing age-friendly society, and economic empowerment. So I don't have a question for you. I just wanted to make that announcement and say that I'm happy to move your resolution and invite you to join tonight. And I just wanted to share with you as well that Mississauga is looking at joining the Black North Initiative as part of our work. So thank you very much for coming forward today, and I'm happy to move the resolution.
Mayor Crombie, thank you. Councillor Groves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Marlon, for coming this morning and for your presentation. I don't have a question either, but I just want to congratulate you and your organization for the great work that you are doing in another way of removing systemic racism. So, and also for helping these individuals. This is a good news story. Glad to see that you're moving in such a positive direction to helping these young folks and individuals who need this help. I can tell you that, you know, myself and my family, we moved here. Well, I've been here almost 40 years, I guess. And this is a great country that we live in. And, you know, all of us working together can help each other to remove those barriers. As a young person growing up in this country, I can tell you I've had a lot of support. And, you know, sometimes we have to work a little harder, but I think hard work, my mom always said, anything that comes easy is no good. If there's something good, you need to work really hard for that. So thank you to you and your organization for all the work that you're doing to help these individuals. I am sure my colleagues at the town of Caledon will be happy to support you and your group as well. We do have a youth activist group here in Caledon, and I know that Dimitro Basmat, he's been the organizer of this group, and he's been in full support and helping to raise awareness with BNI. So you have reached some of our youth here in Caledon, so thank you, and I'm happy to second your resolution as well. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Mayor Brown.
I want to thank you for the presentation today. Love the Black North Initiative. I've spoken to Wes Hall about it when it was just being started, and such tremendous momentum for the efforts. And if you look at the board of directors, such incredibly successful Canadians who are all signing this pledge. I should note early on that the city of Brampton did sign the Black North Pledge and would be completely in support of anything we can do in the Region of Peel to be supportive as well. We do have in Brampton a formalized anti-Black racism unit that works within City Hall. And of course, we have my own Mayor's Black Advisory Committee. And so anything we can do in the Region of Peel that builds upon the efforts that we're already seeing in Caledon, in Mississauga and Brampton, I think would be wonderful. And like Mayor Crombie said, I'm all for this and look forward to supporting the resolution.
Thank you. Mayor Thompson.
Thank you, and thank you for your delegation. And what I got to say, the follow up with the speakers, especially in Caledon, Councillor Groves is quite correct. Dimitro Besnet has done a terrific job of engaging everyone, and I think it's a great conduit to work through that. But also, I want to say what I am impressed with what your presentation, what your resolution is. It's solutions going forward through collaboration, which I think is so important. My biggest problem, my biggest fear is segregation, and then it's easy to get picked on. You've nailed it, and this is why I want to get behind and support you on this, is because you're coming at it with the right approach, and I want you to be successful. Thank you so much for your delegation today.
Thank you. Those are all my speakers, but I did want to add with regards to Marlon. Marlon, you're a driving force that should be very, very proud. And I hope the community is very proud of all you've done. When Marlon reached out to me and said, this is a very important initiative, I've got to thank Juliet Jackson, in charge of diversity and inclusion here in Peel, that said, Nando, this is something we have to get on board with. I didn't need any convincing. I knew my council colleagues wouldn't need any convincing. But to his credit, Marlon realized that as a governmental agency, and we may be the first in the program to come forward as a governmental agency, I'm certainly not a conventional chairman and CEO. I work at the privilege of my board, and it was something all of council had to approve as opposed to a regular CEO from a regular private sector corporation. Marlon worked with us, and with credit to Juliet, with credit to CAO Janice Baker, we all said this has to be made to work, and with Marlon, this was made to work. So Marlon, well done. It's a privilege as chair of the region and CEO on behalf of all my colleagues to say we are fully on board. I knew we would be, and you are the driving force, and you need to be credited. Shout out to my mayors and all of council that have been on the file for a while saying this is where we need to go, and you've moved us a big step closer. So Marlon, thank you very much. And Marlon, I will allow you, because you were a little under 5 minutes, I will allow you a concluding comment or two.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Concluding comment is I'm very encouraged by the comments from everyone here. I know I speak on behalf of everyone at the Black North Initiative when I say your participation and your support is really key to the success that we can have. And this is a big part of the reason why we focus on a more collaborative approach, and we're driven by that idea of community, because we want people like you and your organizations and your offices to be fully on board, because we get more done that way. And so thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today.
Marlon, thank you. So we have direction, a resolution in the staff report as moved by Mayor Crombie, seconded by Councillor Groves. Madam Clerk, for the vote, over to you.
Mr. Chair, so the report at 16.4 did go on consent. So that has been approved through the consent agenda, but we do need a mover and a seconder for receipt of the delegation.
And that would be Mayor Crombie and Councillor Groves. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? That is carried. Marlon, thank you once again, and very proud of my council as well. Okay, moving on. The second item we have is a delegate 7.2, Rick Evans, Piyush Gupta, Susie Godfroy, and Dave Capel, Downtown Brampton Business Improvement Area. regarding the interim water main work plan for downtown Brampton, Main and Queen Streets, and related reports 11.2, 19.2, and 19.4. And I believe we will also be getting a staff report from Anthony Parente at 11.2, though we may be calling him up sooner to maybe address some questions that may arise from the delegation. So with that, over to our delegates for 7.2 from the Brampton Business Improvement Area. Welcome, and I remind you of the 5 minutes as well.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, mayors, councillors. My name is Rick Evans, and I have been before you before to delegate on behalf of Downtown Brampton, and in specific the Downtown Brampton Business Improvement Association. As you may have gathered from my speaking in the past, my downtown, which is Brampton's downtown, has become very much a passionate center for me. Before you, later in this meeting, will be a motion in regards to the water main, the interim water main project that Peel has proposed. We're not here to endorse a delay in a very much needed water main replacement, but rather, and it may appear as semantics, we're here to support a minimal pause to allow staff to coordinate the subsurface infrastructure and the surface work long needed for a revitalized Brampton. Our businesses cannot afford the burden of multiple digs. And unfortunately, what is proposed is an interim water main replacement, and we all know that it would be followed by further disruption for other infrastructure and for the rebuilding of our surfaces. Our businesses could not stand the consequences of a catastrophic water break. We've had several, some of them larger than others, but all of them have had some impact, if not business disruption. And we're not here because we think it should be postponed, but rather we're in the dilemma of not wanting to have continuous construction disruptions without the reward of a revitalized town. So the only resolution that I see to this dilemma before us is to coordinate the tasks of multiple infrastructure and surface improvement in a coordinated singular project. The resolution will call for a staff report from our city within 90 days. We had much work done pre-2018 that can be now coordinated, I think, to allow for a staff report that will allow for immediate work. We're not trying to postpone this till another year. There is no other year. It must be done this year, but it must be done in a coordinated effort. I've worked in the past with Anthony, and this year we're working with Jimmy, and at the city, Harry, Andrea. All of your staff have been excellent in trying to drive home the need for this work and coordinate with us as little disruption as possible. But we're all aware that we are on the cusp of breaking out of COVID into some new normality. Our businesses have been choked for 18 months. We can't take the burden without reward. And if we have no reward other than for safe water, not to minimize it, it will do nothing. It will do little for our business environment, for our public realm, and for our coordinated traffic and active transportation. So again, I'm here simply to support a coordinated, urgent effort to revitalize our downtown, which will include, must include, a permanent water main rebuild. So thank you for hearing me out. I'm speaking on behalf of Susie. I can speak on behalf of Dave and New Brampton. Unfortunately, they're not here. I think it is all coordinated. The letter presented from the Board of Trade generally aligns with our thoughts, with the exception that they do not want the water main infrastructure delayed at any cost. I think this is rather a pause, and if our staff could report back and coordinate with Anthony in less than 90 days so that we can get out to a complete tender in time for a fall build, I'd be thrilled. And I know I'm asking for miracles, but it is time for a miracle. So thank you for hearing me out once again. I'm sure I will be for you again, asking for assistance with regards to the revitalization of downtown. So thank you once again.
Rick, thank you. There are questions. Mayor Brown.
First of all, thank you, Rick, for being so passionate about downtown Brampton. We're fortunate to have individuals like you that have dedicated their lives to and their business acumen to making sure that we're able to revitalize our downtown. And you certainly have been an embodiment of that. And I know there's a lot of people that you work with. You mentioned some of them, like Dave Capil, who are equally passionate about building that vibrant downtown. Now, you mentioned this short period is to have alignment, and just to why this is important. This pause is, as you say, how damaging would it be for businesses if we had multiple digs rather than, as we like to say, dig once?
I think it's immeasurable. We already face vacancies as a result of the delays in past projects that I know are well intended. We have many projects which in the future the city is leading, which will hopefully bring us out of this. But our downtown is populated with small businesses. We don't have box stores. We don't have gigantic institutions. We have a number of small businesses, several what I will call small property owners. And the impact that COVID has had and the inability to coordinate an active public realm and streetscape, those dual burdens will probably simply kill more of our stores, more of our merchants, and I'm afraid scare off those services, those professional services that are required. Whether it be dentists, whether it be lawyers, whether it be bakers, whether it be shop owners of any variety. I'm afraid we can't tolerate a whole lot more and survive. It will be a ghost town.
Well, thank you, Rick, and thank you for being a spokesman for so many small businesses. And just for the context of regional council, why we need to have this alignment, this critical alignment that needs to happen rapidly, as Rick has articulated, is when this was initially looked at, the City of Brampton Public Works staff recommended against the tender being issued out of concern for legal liability for underground channels, and it put us in this predicament now where the staff felt that there could be real challenges if it had proceeded. That due diligence has now been done, and so now it's a matter of making sure that the region and the city are aligned, coordinated, are collaborating so we can do this properly once and limit any damage or disruption we're going to see for these small businesses. So thank you, Rick, for coming forward. I know you have a busy schedule, but thank you for coming forward and in an articulate manner speaking on behalf of our small businesses in downtown Brampton.
You're welcome, Mayor Brown, and thank you all councillors, Chair, for hearing us out once again.
Thank you. If I have no other questioners, I will thank Rick at this time for his presentation. Colleagues, I think it would be appropriate at this time, before I entertain any motions or directions, to move forward the staff report that we have from Anthony Parente, item 11.2, to get a little bit more background, and then proceed as council sees fit. So, Anthony, if you could present your report at this time briefly to fill in some more information, then I want to go back to council and hear our thoughts. Anthony, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and we'll just queue that up, and we'll start with Andrea leading us off on the presentation. That would be great.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today we are here to provide you with an update on the region's downtown Brampton water and sanitary sewer upgrades project. Next slide, please. In 2011, the region identified the need to upgrade both the water and wastewater infrastructure in downtown Brampton. The design was completed and then deferred due to the LRT routing options. In 2016, the region and the city worked together to incorporate the region's infrastructure project with the city's Downtown Reimagine project. The region tendered the project in 2018 and then subsequently canceled it in January 2019 at the city's request due to bids being over budget and while the city reconsidered the LRT routing options and other projects in the downtown core. Last year, a risk assessment was completed by region and city staff, which assessed 4 options to address the challenges and risks associated with the region's aging infrastructure. 4 options were considered, from a do-nothing approach to a complete permanent water, wastewater, and road design, assuming that the LRT would not be constructed. In June 2020, both region and city councils approved staff to proceed with the design and construction of temporary interim water and wastewater works, including the city's road improvements, due to timing related to the LRT and other downtown initiatives. Next slide, please. Why is this work needed? The region's water and wastewater infrastructure was scheduled for replacement in 2011 and is now at a high risk of failure. In the downtown core, the region has experienced 14 failures in the last 5 years and 24 failures over the last 10 years. These failures include water main breaks, water service replacements, and water service repairs. If a major break were to occur, there would be service impacts and many businesses would be without water until the break could be repaired. Depending on the severity of the break, the service impacts could be significant. There is also potential for third-party liability claims if damage occurs to any of the buildings or buildings get flooded due to a water main break. The proposed temporary interim work will help mitigate risk of future service interruptions and will increase the reliability of the region's infrastructure. Next slide, please. Detailed design for the temporary interim works is now complete. This design includes upgrades to the region's water and wastewater infrastructure, as well as the city's roadworks. As part of this interim work, we have upsized the water main to allow the ability to service additional development planned for the downtown core. Staff, including the region's ambassador, have been working with the city, the BIA, and the residents on alternatives for traffic control and construction staging. We are completing the contractor pre-qualification process. We had 22 submissions from contractors who are interested in completing this work. The tender was planned to be released next week, but we are now on hold pending council review. I will now pass this on to Anthony, who will discuss the costs the region has invested to date on this project. Next slide, please.
Yes, thanks, Andrea. And just to update council on the investment staff has made to date, being respectful of the work that has been done here, the staff has invested approximately $2.2 million to date on just the phase 1 work, and we'll show you another slide showing the map. So that was just the yellow area in the downtown. While we do believe some of this work will be salvageable, there is some significant cost impacts related to a further deferral. The funding for this project, of course, is based on rate-based work because it is related to the region's State of Good Repair program for our water and wastewater infrastructure. Next slide, please. So staff just wanted to provide a basic implications of a further deferral. We do anticipate significant additional purchase order will be required for our design consultant, which will estimate in the amounts of approximately $2.5 million. We may require additional project budget for construction purposes. And as I mentioned, a significant portion of the investment to date would have to be recompleted if additional considerations for LRT are made. And staff is working, of course, very closely with our colleagues at the City of Brampton on the plans for downtown. So our staff estimate for our work, and that would just be related to the downtown portion, the yellow portion you see in the map in the lower right corner, is approximately another 2 years. We do recognize the desire for urgent work, but given the amount of work required here, given the tightness of the right-of-way we're dealing with in the downtown, it will be necessary for a very coordinated approach with all other utilities, including Electra, Enbridge, and other communications folks, to make sure we properly plan for an LRT alignment in the downtown. So we estimate approximately 2 years for additional design, and then approximately 2 to 3 years for construction. And that would put the water and wastewater infrastructure in service in about 2026 to 2027. It is important for council to note that the additional work you see here on the map, that which is in purple to the west of the downtown, and our planning work for growth-related infrastructure, which is seen in green, will proceed. We're still moving forward with other phases to support the growth plans of downtown Brampton. Next slide, please. We're happy to take any additional questions you may have.
Thank you, and I have questions at this time. I saw Councillor Fortini on my list first, and the clerk's office has advised me that we are also have queued up Councillor Medeiros. So Councillor Fortini, you're up for questions.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation. You know, we talked about this, about the LRT at our city, but, you know, I keep saying, if we pick the route, if it's going to be in the center or the sides, I don't see why we have to stop this and we could carry on with these water mains. To Anthony, where are the water mains and the sewers now? Are they in the center or on the side of the road?
Through the chair, Councillor, there is a number of water main alignments. The water main takes, of course, swings all over the place to weave its way through existing utilities in the downtown. And then each of the businesses and residents in the downtown are serviced individually off that existing water main. So it's not in a consistent spot. That's, of course, one of staff's biggest challenges here, given the very narrowness of the right-of-way, is being able to plan a new water main without impacting our adjacent utilities. Of course, we have to keep everybody in service. And to do that, you need to keep existing services going while you build a new one. And that's a significant challenge for our design effort.
Yeah, thank you. And that's what I kept saying, because, you know, you can't just go ahead there, start digging, and then nobody has water, nobody has sewage. So you have to do the main ones. You got a pressure tester, you got to fill it up. Once that's in, you have to go back multiple times to dig for our sewer lines and water. So when we keep saying we have to only dig once and make sure we get it right, there's no such thing as digging once. You know, you got to go back multiple times. So, you know, I'm hoping that, you know, we get this on the go, because a lot of these businesses, if we're going to get a water main, we had one, I think, a couple of years ago at one of the restaurants, and it caused a lot of damage, and they had to shut everything down. They had to replace the whole building there. A lot of people were renting. So I'm hoping that this report comes back quick at our city. I think they said 90 days, and we're supposed to pick up at least a route where it goes and give you a clear way to go ahead. But is this stopping anything now to start doing the bids and going through the process? That way we don't delay anymore?
Through the chair, Councillor, we, of course, as Andrea mentioned, our pre-qualification process for the interim work is completed. And we were about to move forward with the tendering of the project for construction, either commencing this summer or fall. We were, of course, staff has been working very closely with Rick and other members of the BIA and the downtown business community. Our ambassador has been working directly with the community downtown to plan out the next steps, of course, to make sure we're doing our best to mitigate any challenges with the downtown. So we were ready to bring the interim project to tender this summer.
So this is holding up the tender? Is that what? Or what's the difference? Where we, you know, like, if we actually could go ahead with a tender now, the water mains, or it's going in the center, or it's going on the side, wherever they're going to do, it shouldn't have stopped the tendering part, giving out for the RFP.
Councillor Fortini, Commissioner Dedman's come on my list. Perhaps she wants to speak to this very point. Commissioner Dedman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for clarity on this item, at this point in time, staff are planning to continue with that tender unless otherwise directed by council. That was the previous direction that we had received in June of 2020, and we would continue on that path unless otherwise directed.
Very good.
And Pat, perhaps as it was explained to the chair, but I'm using my own words, you're asking there is a delay. I think the answer is, yeah, this is just more delays on top of delays, to be very candid with you. So yes, this does cause us to keep pushing back a little bit. That was clearly explained to me as chair. Councillor Fortini, do you have anything further?
No, that's great. Thank you for it. I think we should go ahead with a tender and, carry on. That's what my thing. That's good. Thank you so much.
Thank you. My list is Medeiros, Brown, Santos. Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you very much through you, Mr. Chair. I guess the staff, and not to go into revisionist history, but for me to understand how we are here today, and we discovered, I guess, the channels, and that seemed to had that what was communicated. I remember just before 2018, 2017, what we were told, and we had all expectation to move forward. Did the region not contemplate, so that this discovery of channels, which seems to have created all this confusion, was this not already contemplated, or did the region already in their studies, did they not already account for the channels, or did they not discover those channels? It just seems to me, if all the work that the region did historically and all the reports we had since 2011 to where we got now, and what we're struggling with, can staff confirm that those channels weren't identified before?
Through the chair, Councillor, you are correct. The staff was very much aware of the presence of the channels when we worked with city staff during the Downtown Reimagined project. And we carefully planned the utilities to avoid the channels so we could proceed with our works.
Okay, so through you, Chair, so the channels were already accounted for when we decided to proceed with the Brampton Reimagined. I do know that council made a decision in 2018 after regarding bringing back surface route. But I am, just interested in terms of the financial impact. So you referenced the 2-point-something million. Are there any also any insurance, for example, responsibilities like with some of these water main breaks? What liability does the region have when it comes to these water main breaks?
Through the chair, Councillor, we have internal operating accounts that we of course have, and I can tell you that each water main break that we have costs us roughly between $50,000 and $20,000. That is all our internal costs, so we do it very efficiently. That includes all the restoration related work, and we don't have any supplemental insurance to cover us from that related activity. No.
So getting back, so you had, I think if I, and correct me if I'm wrong, you had suggested there were around 15 occurrences or breaks over the last year. Was that correct, or was it over a different amount of time?
Through the chair, Councillor, we've had about, if Andrea could remind me, I believe it's about 15 breaks in the last 5 years that we've had, and a little bit over 20 in the last decade.
So with around $20,000, give or take 20, 15,000. So there's been some financial impact there. So just, I guess lastly, picking up on what Councillor Fortini said, and I'm kind of in accordance with the tender, because we talked about at Brampton Council identifying elements of the plan that we can move forward. Now, in terms of, I guess the way the tender is organized, is that possible that there are parts of work that can proceed, allowing us to do our homework in Brampton, where I think you're fully aware there seems to be a short, interim, or medium and long-term view. And is that sort of something that is scalable, doable, flexible enough within the tender for us to proceed, or are we just speaking out of term from, I would suggest, technical perspective? Because I do find that as much as we try to simplify this theme, we're talking about really highly technical engineering that is just not, verbally communicated in such a nonchalant way. So if maybe you can speak to me about the technical difficulties of us, doing a pause, start working on an element and all this stuff.
Through the chair, great question, Councillor. And yes, it is complex. And I go back to what Andrea mentioned about the interim project. What we proposed here as staff is to weave our way through all the available gaps we have in the existing utility network in downtown to build a new interim water main. Staff actually dropped our normal standards when it comes to design and engineering here to give you as robust a system as economically and expeditiously as possible. Now, as I mentioned, Chair got it bang on. You have to build a new water main while you keep the old one. You have to commission it. You have to disinfect it in accordance with ministry standards before I can service people off it, right? That's very complicated when I have a very narrow right of way. If I have lots of room, great, super easy. But in the downtown, it's very complex. We have a lot of utilities down there, a lot of things we have to work around. So we can't move forward with anything permanent unless we want to bring all those other utilities to the table. And of course, when we add an LRT in the mix, there's a reservation that needs to be made in order to do that. So we have even less space to work in. So that less space to work in means I need to build temporary services to be able to clear the way. And you've seen this before done, where we run little water mains along the gutters and we make service connections into businesses so we can repair or replace a main in and maximize the space we have. So I hope that's not too complex. I hope that shows you what we're doing here. This interim project is weaving its way through the existing network to give you something as cheap and as fast as we possibly can do it. It's not something we can go back, and I wouldn't recommend we do it now because it doesn't align with the long-term plans.
Now, through you, Chair, just my last question. So the type of interim plan that you're suggesting, I guess if we were to go back and we were to clean the slate and we're just looking at simply the water mains and notwithstanding Brampton Reimagined, all this aside, just from a technical perspective, in your advice or in staff's advice, with all those aside, LRTs and so on, we're at a critical stage and we're beyond what is normal practice in terms of repair. And the second part of the question would be the work that we're doing, and you talked about interim. Are we shortchanging? Maybe that's not the right term, but if we didn't have all these other considerations or factors, would the quality of the work and the amount of work that's going in be the same to what is an interim strategy, or what we're doing is almost the basics for us to be able to achieve some improvement, but at the same time, work with the City of Brampton on making those adjustments?
Through the chair, Councillor, first of all, let me confirm that at no point would we ever contravene the integrity of the water main system here. That is paramount, always has, always will be. Whatever we build will be robust enough to service not only the existing demands, but the interim demands associated with that. So I hope that covers that aspect. From the standpoint of the coordination with other utilities, as I mentioned, is the most complex thing down here. Could we move forward with a long-term plan here, given an interim LRT direction? Say, let's make the assumption it's going to be either a surface or subsurface route and move on. Yes, absolutely. There is a significant investment required to do that. It's not something that staff and our design consultants will be able to do in 3 months. I'm not sure that gives you the answer you need, so I'm happy to clarify that if you need to.
No, and thank you, through Chair. I think that's enough. And I guess, just lastly, and this is more for the internal comment, is that with the conversations we're having in Brampton and these pauses and so on, I think essentially if we just looked at the technical work that's required in the critical stage we're at with our infrastructure, we're long overdue. And so just, from this temporary pause that they talk about and for less than a better term, this is going to have significant costs as which you adjusted. But if we proceed with which right now there's no motion on the table to, I guess, put a pause, and we proceed with the tender as is. Moving forward, I guess, if there are decisions, essentially Brampton, we really have to, choose a lane. We really have to sort of make the decision, LRT or take it off as a consideration and just move on. So essentially, we basically have to, at the city of Brampton, because I see that the region is collaborating, is working with us, but we can't go on in this constant sort of state of, and I know we're talking about a short pause, and then after a short pause might bring other issues and so on. So anyways, I think that was, thank you very much for all your responses, and thank you very much for your candidness and your technical advice. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Santos, then Parrish. Councillor Santos.
Chair Nando, it's Mayor Brown. I thought I was on the list next.
Mayor Brown, you're absolutely right. I apologize. Please proceed.
Thank you. So thank you, Anthony, for answering those questions. In terms of the interest in issuing the tender in August, that seems aligned with what we heard from our public works staff in Brampton. They said that the reason that they couldn't do it before August is that they would have to speak to the utilities and do that due diligence. And so the 90 days that Public Works required in Brampton, that seems consistent with the requirement that you have as well. Is that the rationale for waiting till August?
Through the chair, Mr. Mayor, thank you for that. A 90-day deferral would help us begin the conversation with the utilities. It absolutely would not get us to the point to modify a design. As I mentioned, there'd be a lot of work involved with a redesign. What we were doing as staff, of course, we were working with Rick and the BIA on a decision based, of course, respectful of the COVID challenges we have, whether to tender now for a summer construction or wait until September to start our work in the fall. So from my perspective, certainly something we could work with your staff on.
So you had said earlier that you wanted to issue the tender in August. So how come you're issuing it in August and not today?
Through the chair, Mr. Mayor, no, the intent was our intent was to tender the project on the 1st of June, basically next week. I can assure you that that's not feasible right now. It would take us at least 3 to 4 weeks. So the earliest we could get there would be July the 1st. But that was staff's intention, was to tender it for completion now, and that would get us complete by spring of 2023. Remember, this tender also includes the interim road repair works in coordination with city staff. So that was the desire, was to get done.
So just for the understanding of council, because we asked these questions to Jane Holmes at our council meeting, when she was explaining that, like, and when you say it's not ready to go now for June 1st, Jane was explaining that the coordination with the utilities and so on. What type of additional coordination work do you have to do right now?
Through the chair, Mr. Mayor, the additional coordination for the interim work, there's no further work required for the interim project, nothing. It would only be for discussion about a deferral and modification of that design.
So you just said it wasn't ready to go June 1st. What was the reason for not being ready to go June 1st?
Mr. Mayor, just because of the timelines associated with the council today. We'd probably have it on the street in 2 weeks, given the direction today.
Okay. I do believe we don't want to see any delays to 2026, 2027. I think, as Rick eloquently put, people have been waiting long enough, and I think everyone's had enough time to do the due diligence. And so it sounds like the regional timeline and the city timeline is aligned, with the exception of whether it's a short-term interim plan or a longer-term plan, as Councillor Medeiros had alluded to. And so on the issue of the LRT, it was explained to us there are differences between, that last kilometer being surface versus tunnel. And just so we understand, if it's a surface route, if council picked tomorrow and said that we want to do a surface route for phase 2 of the LRT, how much would a surface route delay this project?
Through the chair, Mr. Mayor, exactly what staff presented. It would take at least 2 years to complete a design, because a surface route, of course, is the most intrusive on existing utilities. So all the utilities, as we mentioned, would have to come to the table to coordinate a complete redesign of the utility network in downtown.
Okay, and it was said that a tunnel route was not as disruptive to us in Brampton Council. Can you explain how a tunnel route would affect the regional work?
Through the chair, Mr. Mayor, you're 100% correct. It would be a lot easier from a tunnel perspective because it allows a significant amount of the existing utilities to proceed on the surface without the impact of having to deal with the right-of-way clearances for a surface LRT route.
Okay. And so if that decision is made and the surface route was taken off the table, that would allow this to be done more expeditiously.
Through the chair, Mr. Mayor, actually, it would give us the potential ability to resurrect the design completed for Downtown Reimagined. And that would be a potential, yes.
Okay. Well, that's very informative. Thank you for that. So, and I appreciate that you're working so closely with the city of Brampton staff. The last question I had is just in terms of Public Works telling our council 2 years ago that when they recommended against it happening 2 years ago, it wasn't just the channels. It says they said that they could no longer give a price tag for the project because it was so over budget. They couldn't even give an estimate. And so for the regional component of the work, is that different in terms of the budget escalation compared to the city work? And can you explain why there would be a difference between the city being unable to 2 years ago give a figure of what the cost would be and why there's more certainty for the regional portion of the work?
Through the chair, Mr. Mayor, if you recall, when the Downtown Reimagined project was canceled, we had firm prices on that. The total was 57 million. 18.4 million of that was the regional component. And again, that was predicated on no LRT whatsoever. And the city's portion was approximately 37 million. Right now, our estimate from a staff standpoint is if we had to redesign this for an LRT route, we'd likely be looking at a 30 to 50% increase.
So taking that, not about the redesign. The question is, 2 years ago when the city of Brampton staff, Public Works staff said they could no longer give an estimate of how much over budget it was going to be. I guess my question is, how come Jane Holmes and her team felt that on the city portion of the work there was an undefined price escalation until they done the due diligence, but on the regional portion, you're saying that the price was not going to change? Is it because the work is different in nature, or they're not related?
Keely, does the Commissioner Greenlee have a thought on that? Keely, I see your hand.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to jump in and say it's difficult to speak on behalf of city staff on that matter and the reasons for their decisions. We do know at the time, regional staff were confident in the cost estimates that we had for the regional portion of the work, and we continue to be at this time. Where Brampton staff would be at this point on the additional costs for utilities remains unknown.
And can you explain the different nature of the regional work and the city work? So what would be city responsibility and what would be regional responsibility, and how those work, where there's a difference?
Sure, through the chair. On the regional portion of the work, as Anthony had alluded to earlier in his presentation and Andrea's presentation, the regional work, we're able to, I guess, align the water in particular around much of the infrastructure, around much of the existing utilities. And that's not the case with the city portion of the work. Depending on the final alignment, for the LRT, if there's an LRT, and depending on what that alignment would be, the city portion of the works would want to realign much of that utilities. And again, that's the part that is unknown at this point in time. In order to do the regional work, we don't need to do that realignment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Santos.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, just a very quick question on the tendering process and going out to tender. Right now, it's for the interim work, correct? Yeah, and so Anthony, you had mentioned earlier that you would not recommend proceeding at this point because things do not align with the longer term plans at this point in time.
Through the chair, the councillor, just trying to confirm, doesn't make sense to go with which one? Just for clarity.
It doesn't, in terms of, I overheard during your remarks earlier that it's not recommended to proceed because it is not in line with the longer term plan. Proceeding with the interim plan because it is not in alignment with the longer term plan, is that correct?
Through the chair, councillor, you're correct. It would be for the more permanent related works. And I go back to the other work with the utilities. Bringing all the utilities together, of course, we want to make sure we plan for all the development, all the future works, LRT. Bringing that all to the table is what would make our work on something more permanent take a lot more time. I hope that helps. So we wouldn't want to proceed with the interim on that basis because all the utilities have to come to the table for the permanent works.
Yeah, okay, thank you for the clarification. So if there is no motion to put a pause on the tendering process, you would proceed to look at the interim plan as originally proposed?
Through the chair, councillor, correctly, that correct. That's exactly, our design is complete, as Andrea mentioned. And we will, without a motion, we will proceed to tender those works and complete the interim works once we coordinate the timing of that with city staff and the BIA.
Okay, and so the key element here is once it's coordinated with city staff and the BIA.
Okay, great. Correct. Yes.
Great. And have staff made regional staff aware of some of the projects and reports, et cetera, that are coming forward in June related to the LRT and possible alignment?
Through the chair, councillor, we have an amazing working relationship with city staff right now on transparency and sharing information. We are very much aware of all that, yes.
Awesome. And so the motion that was passed in Brampton indicated and asked to expedite as much as possible and to work very closely in coordination with regional staff on how best to proceed. So I just wanted to make that very clear in case is it necessary for us? Is that enough direction, or do we actually need to pass another motion to provide that direction even further?
Through the chair, councillor, Andrea and I are very much working with city project management staff. We work formally with Commissioner Holmes, and we'll be working with the new commissioner as well on this project.
Wonderful, and thank you. And so I think I just wanted to say that there are a number of balls that have been up in the air over the past year with respect to that downtown, and the COVID-19 situation has really made the situation worse for our small businesses in particular, because they were forced to shut down for a season and potentially another season coming up. And so the concern here is when we were making decisions and having conversations about an interim fix. These issues did not, the COVID-19 challenges and pressures didn't exist for these small businesses. And so I think that folks I understand the frustration for sure of us taking more time to think this through, but really there has been even more pressure on our businesses in the downtown, which quite frankly during COVID-19 has completely, it's a dead town right now. No one is down there because of COVID. And so anything that we can do to find a solution forward would be greatly appreciated. And we will keep pushing at the city for regular updates as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Santos, if I could provide clarity through the chair, your question about do we need a motion? To be very, very clear, if there's no motion forthcoming, staff have a plan and we're continuing with the regional council endorsed plan. So we have a plan and we're working it as has been described since I've been the chair and years before. So if there was some deviation from that and somebody wants to make a motion or pause, so be it. But be very, very clear, the regional staff have a plan and we would otherwise just be proceeding with the plan as has been enunciated and reaffirmed in days gone by as well. So I wanted to be clear on that as well. Councillor Parrish.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I find this quite fascinating and following our own rules, we usually mind our own business when it's to do with another city, Brampton in particular. If I had it to do over again, I would have paid a lot more attention a year ago when we were making this decision, because it sounds like it's going to be a huge amount of money spent, and then we're going to have to spend another huge amount of money. And in answer to Councillor Santos, I think you need 2/3 to reopen this to stop the tender. So I have a couple questions, and I know we passed the letters, but in the letter from Brampton, it says, whereas a decision in 2018 during the previous term of council pushed the Downtown Reimagined project with incomplete utility designs and without proper due diligence related to the underground channels in the downtown. I'm listening to Anthony. He says that you work hand in glove with the Brampton people all the time. That paragraph says it was incomplete and it was shoved through. Is that accurate?
Through the chair, Councillor, the underground channel, of course, we learned a lot of during the Downtown Reimagined project. From a utility perspective, it didn't impact our work. We had coordinated with other utilities, and staff at the region and Brampton had a plan in place. Mind you, there was much work to do, but we could have moved forward with Downtown Reimagined project with some modifications, of course, to accommodate the challenges associated with the channel. But again, I can't speak to some of the specifics. That would have to come from city staff.
Okay, and originally, when this whole thing was being designed, and I'm shocked to hear that the need was identified in 2011. When the region identified a need in Mississauga, our streets are still all ripped up, but they've been ripped up for 2 years. And when you said these have to be changed, we went, Anthony, you're correct. Go ahead and change them. And we're detouring around big pits all the time, and life goes on. So I'm shocked, and I'm going to have to learn to pay a little bit more attention. The original cost of this was $57 million. What's it going to be to do just this phase 3 or option 3 thing that we're talking about today? Didn't get an actual number, appearing $2 million for design, but what's the final estimate on this?
Through the chair, Councillor, the interim works, again, utilities only, water and sanitary, between $8 and $10 million. So it's significantly about 50% of the price of the permanent works that we had planned in Downtown Reimagined.
Okay, and through you, Mr. Chair, I keep forgetting to say that. The 10 million, again, to make it clear in my own mind, it's not wasted. No matter what happens in the future, that 10 million is not thrown away. That's spent once, and then you'll be adding to it.
Through the chair, Councillor, we will do our best to maximize reuse as much as possible, but there may be significant portions because of that realignment work that I told you that may not be able to be salvaged.
And of that 10 million, is it still 1/3, 2/3 split, or is that all our cost at the region?
For the chair, Councillor, that is 100% region state of good repair related cost.
And through you, Mr. Chair, the cost to Brampton right now will just be resurfacing the road.
Through the chair, correct, Councillor. We had incorporated the city-related roadway works into our interim works.
Okay, and I guess there's no way of reimagining what the 57 million will turn into by the time it actually gets done. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Through the chair, Council, you're correct. It's of course 100% dependent on the direction city staff would take on the basis of what was incorporated into that works and consideration for LRT-related works.
And when that is finally done, it's 2/3 Brampton, 1/3 region, correct?
Through the chair, no, Councillor. It's based on actual costs. So we break down our tender prices into specific areas and works. The city would pay for their portions of the work. The region will pay for our water and wastewater related works.
Through you, Mr. Chair, with your experience though, does it usually turn out to be a certain proportion or is that unpredictable?
Through the chair, Councillor, totally dependent on the work going on. That's why we break our forms of tender down into great detail so we can fairly ascertain cost splits.
Okay, well, I'm sorry this has taken so much time. I'm sorry I didn't pay more attention a year ago. I'm not sure I would have voted a year ago to do a piecemeal repair, but obviously there will be liability. You see these things in the States all the time where they never repair their water. The thing breaks and a whole house falls down into it and cars and all the rest of it. So I think you should go ahead as quickly as possible. And I would not support any delay at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Parrish. And if I could clarify, you heard my earlier comments. Council has a position on this. So to reaffirm the point that you've made, and I confirm with the clerk, to revisit it most assuredly would require 2/3. And secondly, Councillor Parrish, thank you very much. I think I'm not telling a secret, if you will, but when you blessed me with this position 2.5 years ago, after the first week of niceties in the office, the senior staff come in and say, here are the 3 or 4 big things you should know about. This was on that list. So this is of quite concern to us for the final point that you made that I want to reemphasize. It isn't the dollars in and of themselves. It's the liability of our necks sticking out if, God forbid, the next microburst hits here. So there's a lot of issues in and of itself in terms of costs, engineering, delays, et cetera, but there is that liability component as it was explained to the chair more than 2 years ago as well. So I hope I cleared that up a little bit as well. Thank you. Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Quick question, 2 questions to Anthony. So Anthony, if we proceed with the interim work that we approved last year, that work could begin this year. And how long would it take for it to be completed?
Through the chair, Councillor, our intention was between 18 and 24 months. Our goal was to be complete by spring 2023.
Okay, so then in spring of 2023, from that point onward, what would it take to do the full amount of work, to do the final works? When would you contemplate doing the final reconstruction of the sewers and water mains and coordinating all of that work with other utilities? At what dates would you see that potentially happening?
Through the chair, wonderful question, Councillor. Our intention would be once we work again with city staff direct on the long-term vision for the downtown, city and regional staff would work together again on a consolidated project to do all the utility related work in the downtown to support the final vision. So it would be subject to that timeline, and then likely I would estimate, staff estimate, between 2 and 3 years of design work prior to tender.
Okay. And so we're at a state today where we're talking about whether or not to proceed with interim works with the understanding that the final works would happen much further in the future, correct? What would be the earliest possible date you think that those final works could happen?
Through the chair, Councillor, really
in the most ideal situation?
In the ideal situation, assuming a direction would come based on our knowledge of the works related to downtown, likely, again, I'm surmising probably, sometime in 2022, then it would take 2 to 3 years of design effort, goes back to our presentation, and our estimate right now at the staff level, 2 to 3 years of construction. So it'd be, 5 to 6 years minimum before the final works would be done.
Okay, and I'm sorry my questions are turning into a few more, but I think you can appreciate the thought process here. So once you've completed the interim work, can the city of Brampton do the landscaping and the streetscaping once you've done those interim works, or do we need to wait? Would you recommend we wait until the final works are completed?
Through the chair, Councillor, highly would recommend from a staff level that you would not proceed into the work till all the utilities can come together. But again, that would depend on the final recommendation from city staff as well.
Right. So, and I think for members of council to understand the process here, where we're looking at doing interim work, which is temporary, which then blocks the city of Brampton from doing any degree of streetscaping, particularly where these water main works are happening. And then at 2 or 3 years after that, digging up the ground again to do the final works only upon completion of that work, which proper streetscaping be able to be done. And so what Brampton Council asked staff to look at, and this is of course in coordination with the Region of Peel, was to identify areas of the downtown that can be streetscaped and done today, and expeditiously work with the region to develop a plan that would allow the streetscaping on Main to happen, not, after the first 2-year project and then after the next 3-year project, but perhaps within a shorter time frame, all of it to happen together. Because members of council, this has been a bit of a struggle for the city of Brampton, and we want to ensure that we dig once and that we provide a solution in one go, if that's possible. And we understand that it's been tough for us to get to this point, but we are essentially, as Councillor Fertini mentioned, we are weeks away from obtaining a report from staff that pulls out the results of EA and public engagement on potential alignments for transit, which, from what staff have informed us, would be very helpful and informative for Public Works to be able to coordinate better and have a dig once approach. And so I want to ask council to support that we give staff the time to come up with a plan on how we can proceed with as much of the work as possible and do it all in one go, because that is the responsible way to go. Like if we go with the interim works now, all of that work has to take place, and then after that would be the initiation of additional planning and thinking about to replace exactly the work that we're asking staff to do today. And so it doesn't make sense, and we need to have a better way of staging all of this work so that we can do it in steps, but not put in interim works, which will take time in and of itself, and then force downtown Brampton and the downtown business community to have to go through all of that again in 5 years. And so I would move that we give staff time to coordinate all of these different components, find out where the opportunities are. Essentially, we're asking staff to, we're asking council to endorse City of Brampton's request in motion that we do this in a different way, as was outlined in the motion, which is in our agenda today. And I'm not sure exactly how to wordsmith that here at this point, but I think that's what, at the City of Brampton, we're asking from the Region of Peel.
Okay, very good. I'm going to need that clearly in writing, moved and seconded at the appropriate time. And I will carry on with the conversation before I open it up to any motions. Mayor Brown, you're on my list for a second time, but I see Councillor Carlson is on and hasn't spoken. Perhaps I'd like to go to Councillor Carlson first, then allow you to speak last and second to round this out before I entertain motions. Councillor Carlson.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. I'm not responsible or really knowledgeable of downtown Brampton, but I know a thing or two about old parts of downtowns. And having rebuilt the town square in Streetsville a few years ago, and it's deja vu all over again listening to the conversation. We had exactly the same circumstances where we had two choices, Mickey Mouse or to do it the right way. And when it was all dug up, I was convinced, because I had a little tour of the site that showed 9 million wires and pipes running at every angle possible under the old town of Streetsville mess on Main Street. And it looked like a bowl of spaghetti that someone had carefully taken all the sauce out of. And they said, now, what do you want us to do with this, Councillor? I'm like, oh my God. Now, Anthony, I have great respect for you. I'm sure that three-dimensional work, sewer work, you can do this in your head, but the rest of us, I think sometimes we're throwing good money after bad. We're trying to buff a turd here and do something that should be forgotten about, dug up and fixed once. That's just a guy from Streetsville telling you what my experience with old infrastructure, because you're going to pay twice, and here's an estimate for you. Take your estimates, double it, take your time and double that, and you'll be pretty close. And then at the same time, working with the BIA, who's trying to repaint your back with stripes the whole darn time you're trying to get this thing done. Good luck. It's so, I don't like to tell anybody in Brampton how to run their city, but if it was me and I had to do it again, God hates a coward. Just get at it and get it done. But that's just a little opinion from the heart of downtown Streetsville. And good luck. And Anthony, we got the right guy for the job too, the right person, I should say, because if anybody can do it, it's you. Anyway, good luck, councillors.
Thank you, Mayor Brown.
Only going to say, you know, I don't like being in this position either, but for members of Mississauga Council asking about this, there's a reason that our council voted unanimously 11-0 based on the technical public works staff report they gave to us on the cost escalations, and I'm sure we can make that available to everyone. These are lifelong public works staff in Brampton who have been working in the city for 20 or 30 years, and when they tell our council there is going to be an undetermined cost escalation blank check, and there was unanticipated cost because of a lack of due diligence, and they wanted more time. When your staff are saying that, when your senior, long-term, dedicated staff are saying that, that's why we're in this position. And I'm happy to make sure that staff report is shared with all other members of regional council to understand why there was differences in the regional portion of the work and the municipal portion of the work, and why there may have been greater complications on the municipal portion. It still ends up the same. We have to coordinate, we have to collaborate, and I think the timelines we're seeing with when the regional tender was anticipated, the additional time that our staff asked for, the timelines seem to be aligned, and so let's just make sure we have as much collaboration as possible in that time. But I just wanted, you know, for those questions from Mississauga about the reason for that 2018 delay, the best explanation would be to read the staff report, which we'll be happy to share.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. Councillor Santos, you're back on my list. Go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I just need clarification here, and perhaps Andy or Anthony or Kaylee can help me out here. So you're currently working now closely with city staff There's the alignment report that's coming forward in June. We are working on our end at the city to try to coordinate, move things forward as much as possible. Is a motion required today? Like, are you waiting, because the tendering process begins in August, correct, Anthony? That's the schedule right now. So is there a way for us to then determine through coordination with the city what the situation is, what components can be expedited, et cetera? Or do you require us to actually put a pause to the plan that the region has today? Or is there time for us to still wait for now?
I'll maybe start on that. Yes, staff would require a motion of council because last June of 2020, Regional Council directed staff to continue or to proceed with the interim solution. And so that interim solution will be implemented unless directed otherwise today. That being said, when Anthony says we're working closely with the city staff in Brampton, they are aware of the work. Again, we're including the road portions of that work as part of this tender, the interim work, and any future alignment, any future work that we would be doing as well, we continue to be in close consultation with them on.
Okay, so it is sounding like we should be tabling a motion to put a pause on the work for now. And it could be something that is very simple to allow for time for appropriate coordination with city staff at the city of Brampton. Would that be an appropriate motion? Would that suffice? And I look to you, Commissioner, as well as the chair.
Perhaps I, as chair, could clarify, and I appreciate Keely's comments, because what she has just reiterated is, as of June of last year, we have a plan. We have an approved council bylaw procedure, and we are carrying forward. To deviate from it in any way, I need a new motion. To deal with a new motion, I need 2/3 to reopen the question. So anybody wishing to prepare a motion, I will certainly accept it, but I first would have to reopen the issue with 2/3 to do so, which I've already confirmed with the clerk, I might add. So Councillor Santos, I hope that's got it procedurally. If you want, or anybody else wants to arrive at some other conclusion, then the plan we have in place now, endorsed by this council, that is the plan of record. Councillor Santos, did you have anything further?
Not at this time. Thank you very much.
Councillor Parrish.
Thank you for recognizing me a second time. I'm going to put Anthony and Andrea and Keely on the spot. If you had to do whatever you wanted to do today and direct us, what would you say? I trust your opinion. I need to know. Keely, what would you say?
Through the chair, I would go back to 2018 and proceed with the original work. At any point in time, staff will always recommend doing an integrated approach to construction. Absolutely, we want to go in the ground once. There's been conflicting. This would be the third time that staff would be now sent back for another redesign. And through that whole process, you've heard earlier that the water main condition is poor. We've seen breaks. We are concerned about liability and the impact on the businesses in downtown. So at this point in time, we continue to recommend the interim solution that went through. As Anthony said, we will salvage as much of that interim solution as we can through whatever final design comes through when the city makes their decision on what the ultimate alignment for that road is going to be. But at this point in time, our best recommendation is that we proceed with the work as approved last summer.
Thank you, Keely, for the new kid on the block. You're doing extremely well. You and your team are doing a good job today. I wish I'd have paid more attention in 2018 as well. I'm sorry I didn't, and I will not support changing any of the plans for a third time and spending more money and time. So thank you very much for your answer.
Thank you. Councillor Raz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, more comments rather than questions. I think at this point, listening to the conversation, and we've been at this for about an hour, I I don't think there'll ever be a perfect time. I deal with large construction projects in my older established area, and it is very difficult. There is never going to be a good time. I think we need to save some of the Brampton councillors and mayor from themselves, and I wouldn't support any extension. That we just need to move this forward. I fear for the businesses that they suffer a more catastrophic water main breaks, and that's not good for Peel regional taxpayers or the downtown Brampton businesses. So I would not be supporting a yet another deferral. And as I recall, this never came up as a matter of discussion last June, or it was very, very minimal, if at all. I can't remember having those conversations. So if there was an opportunity to raise those concerns, it was last year, folks. So we need to get a move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fortini.
Mr. Chair, very quickly, yes, I agree. We should move forward. You know, we had the BIA, we had residents coming down there complaining, the businesses, that they can't move ahead. And if we keep stalling and delaying it, it's 20 years into work. So, you know, another water main is going to break down there, and it's going to shut everyone down. They're already suffering now. This would have been a perfect time to start it last year, since most of the businesses were all closed anyway. We would have been way ahead of the game. But so I cannot support it. I'd like to carry on because, you know, like I said, the businesses came there, BIA, and they're the ones who want it. And I think we should move ahead with it, or else to delay another 2 years and spend more money is it's just silly. Thank you.
Thank you. That exhausts my list. So moving forward, Councillor Vicente, you wish to put a motion. I would entertain such a motion, but then I need you, as somebody that wishes to move a motion, to first move a motion to reopen the issue. I need a seconder for such a motion. So accepting that Councillor Vicente is moving a motion to reopen the issue, do I have a seconder?
Yes, it's Councillor Santos. I will second.
Very good. So I have a seconder to reopen the motion. We have to deal with that first. Madam Clerk, over to you on the motion to reopen the matter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a motion moved by Councillor Vicente, seconded by Councillor Santos, that the resolution 2020-462 from the June 25th, 2020 Regional Council meeting be reconsidered. And as you mentioned, we do need a 2/3 vote for this to pass. And I'll begin with Mayor Brown.
Can I ask one question to the chair? If the procurement, the tender timelines are aligned right now, why does it need to be reopened?
Mayor Brown, you're redebating the issue. I have the vote before me, and you had that opportunity. If it's reopened, you can speak to that accordingly. Madam Clerk, for the vote, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll begin with Mayor Brown.
Okay.
Sorry, Mayor Brown, are you in favor of reopening?
Okay, yes.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Brown in favor. Councillor Carlson?
No.
Councillor Carlson opposed. Mayor Crombie?
No.
Mayor Crombie opposed. Councillor Demurla?
No.
Councillor Demurla opposed. Councillor Dasco?
No.
Councillor Dasco opposed. Councillor Dillon?
Yes.
Councillor Dillon in favor. Councillor Downey? Councillor Downey opposed. Councillor Fonseca?
No.
Councillor Fonseca opposed. Councillor Fortini?
No.
Councillor Fortini opposed. Councillor Groves?
Yes.
Councillor Groves in favor. Councillor Innes?
Yes.
Councillor Innes in favor. Councillor Kovac?
No.
Councillor Kovac opposed. Councillor Mahoney?
No.
Councillor Mahoney opposed. Councillor McFadden?
No.
Councillor McFadden opposed. Councillor Medeiros?
No.
Councillor Medeiros opposed. Councillor Paleshi?
No.
Councillor Paleshi opposed. Councillor Parrish?
No.
Councillor Parrish opposed. Councillor Raz?
No.
Councillor Raz opposed. Councillor Sato?
No.
Councillor Sato opposed. Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Councillor Santos in favor. Councillor Sinclair?
Opposed?
Councillor Sinclair opposed. Councillor Starr?
No.
Councillor Starr opposed. Mayor Thompson?
Opposed.
Mayor Thompson opposed. Councillor Vicente?
Yes.
Councillor Vicente in favor. The motion is lost. The motion to reconsider is lost.
Thank you. And thank you for a very good conversation, and well done to staff and everyone involved, and to our deputants as well. That concludes all of our deputations. We now come to COVID-related matters. The first item that I have up is the oral update presentation from Dr. Lawrence Loh, our Medical Officer of Health. Dr. Loh.
Thank you, Chair Yanika, and thank you, members of council. It's a pleasure to provide our COVID-19 update. As per previous presentations, I'd like to thank Manali Varia and Brian Laundrie, who will also be sharing some of the data and an update around the mass vaccination program. Next slide, please. So as I described, we will be covering off some response milestones and goals initially. We are certainly seeing ourselves at a turning point in the course of our ongoing response and our vaccination program. And then we will provide an update on the situation report, as well as our public health measures, both in respect of the recent announcement around provincial measures and the three-step plan to reopening Ontario, as well as our ongoing mass vaccination program. And finally, we will conclude by summarizing some of our priorities moving forward for Council's awareness. Next slide, please. So I wanted to start out by highlighting that we have reached an incredible milestone here in Peel and through our mass vaccination program, with over 1 million doses having been administered. This milestone has been achieved through many different efforts across the system. Certainly, we have all been very familiar with our fixed mass clinics, as well as our mobile and community outreach clinics, our hospital-run clinics, which have been run by our hospital partners, and our pharmacy and primary care partner contributions. Certainly, I would highlight that there has been a lot of innovation, and that has led to some success. Our partnerships with various community groups, including businesses, healthcare, faith groups, and the media, has really helped us spread our vaccinations, as well as the broader messaging around the importance of vaccination across the region. I will note, in terms of our innovation, our community outreach clinics, for example, have really looked different compared to how other municipalities have undertaken them. Our community outreach clinics are truly led by community agency with regional support, and this really ensures that being led by our community agencies, they are providing services that are culturally congruent and inviting for some of our most vulnerable who otherwise wouldn't be able to access mass vaccination. And certainly there's been also other innovation that has led to other successes, such as the recent Doses After Dark event that vaccinated nearly 5,000 people in just 32 hours. Much of our recent successes and achieving this milestone has been thanks to the hotspot allocations that were received in the first part of May in respect of the province's hotspot strategy to over-allocate high transmission communities. And as the province moves again towards per capita allocations, we are similarly adjusting capacity, ensuring that our residents can continue to access, and based on our data, making sure that we are still employing modalities and approaches that continue to reach our most vulnerable as we get to first doses, and also preserving capacity and resources that will be available to move, hopefully in short order, to getting second doses done. We'll move to the next slide, please. So I think in addition to our vaccination clinic successes, it's also important to highlight the progress that's being made through the rest of public health's response to date. This slide just shows some of the numbers that we have achieved in our fight against COVID-19 through our regional response efforts. And I want to share them because, it's really staggering to think the extent of effort and the dedication and commitment of staff across Peel Public Health and across the region in achieving all of these. So, just keeping on the vaccination front, obviously the right two boxes show that we have reached, as of earlier this week, confirmed 68 28% of eligible Peel residents have received their first dose. 70% is very much within sight, and as the data comes in and doses continue to be delivered, we will confirm that number. But it is pretty much en route to being achieved. We also reached a peak capacity milestone with 172,000 doses delivered over a week period. Even as our vaccines continue, though, we have still continued to case and contact manage over 100,000 COVID-19 cases to date. I'm hoping that that number will very much start to slow as we continue to bring our third wave to resolution. And as mentioned before, as one other thing I wanted to mention as well, we have also answered over 100,000 calls through the public health call center as well from our residents. So 100,000 cases, 100,000 calls, 1 million doses. Like, these are really significant numbers that have been accomplished, and it really is thanks to the hard work and dedication and sacrifices of our staff. And we'll go to the next slide, please. And so finally, I wanted to just highlight, certainly it's important to really reiterate just what we're aiming to do in our ongoing COVID response. And so certainly saving lives, reducing morbidity and mortality remains the overall goal, protecting the healthcare system, and then of course, mitigating the broader impacts on the community where possible. Again, we've been trying to do this through all of these different functions, including case and contact management, outbreak investigation, public health measures, surveillance and data collection, and also communications. And I'm really highlighting here that vaccination, while it may seem to be a separate piece, is actually part of the overall response in trying to accomplish these goals. And so to the degree that we are focused on vaccination, it is also important. And this is why we're highlighting this slide, as well as we'll be highlighting in our priorities in summary, the need to still continue doing contact tracing, the need to still continue doing outbreak investigation, and the need to still have in place some sort of precaution and measures, and to ensure that those are gradually resolved as our vaccination coverage rates go up, to ensure that all of these together can help us achieve these goals of our response. So that's just a quick snapshot of milestones achieved and the ongoing push and strategy in respect of our overall response. And I will now pass it to Manali to give us an update as to where we are at this time in respect of the data. Manali?
Thank you, Dr. Loh, and good morning, Chair Inika and Council. Just next slide, please. Okay, so as Dr. Loh mentioned, we recently surpassed a number of 100,000 Peel residents who've had COVID-19. So I'll just start today with a summary of where we've been. We know that Peel has been hard hit. At times, our incidence rates, including currently, have been twice the rate of Ontario and the Canadian rate. Overall, through the course of the pandemic, hospitalizations overall have made up just under 3% of total cases, and there have been 749 cases who unfortunately passed, and that's 0.7% of total cases. So just what you see here in this chart is our 3 waves of cases. The cases are the black line, along with the 7-day moving average of hospitalizations and deaths. So just to note here, our largest third wave, where cases rapidly climbed, starting at around the end of February, driven in part by some reopening, as well as the highly transmissible variants of concern, particularly the B117. What you can see is that with public health measures, including the actions of Peel residents and the stay-at-home order, cases really have rapidly dropped off. Hospitalizations are, which is the blue line, our lagging indicator, are coming down a little bit more slowly, partly due to longer lengths of stay, but that is coming down as well. And you can see as well the drop in deaths. So compared to the first waves, we've really seen that case fatality drop off as the impacted population has changed, as there has been more emerging information about medical management of COVID, and then more recently because of the impact of vaccination in our older population. So to that end, we have seen most Peel cases recover from acute COVID illness. Next slide. So we'll continue to watch that rapid decline in overall COVID incidence across Peel. This slide is the rate of new Peel cases by week by age group. And so really just to show here that that decline has been seen across all age groups, about a 15 to 20% decline in each age group. And the ones that have the highest incidence continue to be the 20 to 39-year age group, which is predominantly that working population. Next slide. So with that decline, we continue to be watchful and cautious of variants of concern. We've seen how they've led to rapidly increasing case volumes as well as increasing severity. In this figure, on the one on the left-hand side of the slide, we are just showing here the variant screening results for Peel COVID-19 cases over time. So the bars there are the cases, and then the blue part of the bar represents cases that have mutations that are indicative of either the B117, the P1, or the B1351 strain. The gray part of that bar is cases without those mutations. And then the line is the percent of cases that are variants of concern. So really what you can see from the line is that variants of concern have been dominant since about March and make up almost all of our cases. The donut chart on the right just shows that 97% of our confirmed VOCs have been the B117. But what I wanted to just speak to briefly is in recent weeks, we have noted a slight decrease in that percent of cases that are those known variants of concern. So while it's positive that we haven't seen a rapid increase in the P1 or the 1351, what this might signify, and this was brought forward at council at the last meeting, is that there might be other variants that are starting to circulate, like the B1617, which is the variant of Indian origin, another highly transmissible strain that wouldn't necessarily be picked up through regular screening. And so the Provincial Public Health Lab will be sharing more information in this area with us, but just noting again that our cases are declining, and what we have experienced to date is that regardless of the variant, public health measures have worked. Next slide. So last week, as Council is aware, the province released its roadmap to reopen, which outlines its three-step plan to reopen the province based on the vaccination rates and improvements in indicators such as incidents, hospitalization rates, ICU. So we're waiting for more details on any types of thresholds, but what you can see here is essentially based on current trends, all of Ontario is expected to enter step one of the roadmap the week of June 14th. And that includes a list of outdoor activities and social gatherings that are permitted. Within the framework to allow for monitoring of indicators, the province will stay in that step for at least 21 days before moving to step two and then so forth. So in terms of our preparedness and outstanding Peel actions, just to ensure that we remain on track with reopening and do not have a resurgence in this interim stage as we roll out vaccination, we are working to prepare some information to provide to the municipalities this week to reflect updated information around the federal and provincial guidance on masking. For example, that speaks to wearing a well-fitted two-layer mask minimum for source control. That may help inform updating municipal bylaws. We are also updating our workplace Section 22 order to include pieces such as addition of measures such as eye protection in workplaces with declared outbreaks, as well as minor changes such as to remove references to the previous framework. So overall, we trust that these measures will continue to help us turn that curve in Peel and allow us to continue with the vaccination program to prevent subsequent waves. So with that, I will turn it over to Brian to provide an update on the community mass vaccination plan.
Thank you, Manali, and good morning, Chair Anika and members of Council. Next slide, please. The as Dr. Lowe mentioned earlier, the success in our vaccine uptake and coverage so far has reached the 1 million milestone. But the main hotspot strategy allowed us to make significant gains in our vaccination rates across all age groups. And this slide shows the percentage of Peel residents that have received their first dose according to age as of May 25th. So that is denoted by the dark blue bars. The graph shows very high percentages of older residents having received a first dose of vaccine. And what's really very exciting to me is that the percentage continues to increase in those upper age groups. So we're very near 80% coverage in all older age groups. Now I know we've talked before about the possible denominator issues with the 80 plus, and we still continue to focus on that age group. But what this means is that we're moving the movable middle. Those that were not early adopters but had questions, needed more information, or perhaps had some barriers or access or needed different points of access to get their vaccine. And the fact that those groups are continuing to uptake is a really positive sign to me. Whether that is because of the momentum we created in Peel through our ramp up of our clinics, through our doses after dark, our community pop-up clinics, or the workplace strategy and our enhanced mobile, or a combination of all these, this tells me the plan is working. To quantify it, 75% of Peel residents aged 50 plus have received at least one dose of the COVID-19 vaccine. 61% of residents 18 to 49 have received at least one dose. And over the past 2 weeks, there have been large increases in the number of those under 40, 18 to 39, that have received their first dose. So all positive signs. Next slide, please. So this slide overviews the known and expected provincial and Peel vaccine allocations and our plan to adjust our capacity to match with our allocation in the short and the midterm. So looking across the columns, you can see the first column is the weeks in increasing order there. Provincial allocation available across the entire province. The allocation that comes to the entirety of Peel, so through our system, not including pharmacy, but all of our hospital partners and ourselves. The percentage of the provincial allocation that comes to Peel, and then just the Peel Public Health allocation portion of that that's outside of what the hospitals receive. So far, since December, back when this all started, Peel has received approximately 11% of the provincial vaccine allocation, and that's at that second last row down at the bottom. Planned allocations for June are below this percentage, so going down from a higher hotspot allocation in early May. This reflects a change in the provincial allocation approach from a hotspot strategy to a per capita approach. We are committed to maintaining our community clinics to ensure our reach and improve vaccine confidence. That's the second race we're running, the marathon of the longer term approach to make sure we access all of our community. And at this point, we've committed approximately 30,000 doses in June to our mobile and community clinics to continue to reach into those areas that we need to. In order to stay within our allocations in June and keep our commitments to mobile and community clinics, our fixed clinics will operate at a reduced capacity. So we're going to have to go down at this point to about 5,500 doses per day from what our peak was, which was a little bit north of 10,000. So there is a wild card in June, which is the potential for Moderna shipments to arrive. And we'll be prepared to flex up as best we can, as fast as we can. But at this time, there's no line of sight on just how probable that is. Lots of speculation, but nothing concrete. So we continue daily conversations with provincial staff on the need for adequate allocation and the impacts of the reduced allocation on our program, so they're aware of where Peel has been and where we are. And on the next slide, Dr. Lowe will provide an overview of some of the priorities moving forward. So thank you, and over to you, Dr. Lowe.
Thanks very much, Brian. So we'll go to the next slide. I wanted to close by highlighting some priorities. First of all, it's really important. We've noticed, of course, that many of us are fatigued, having gone through 3 waves of the pandemic now. However, we are noticing an increase in terms of abusive behavior from the public towards regional and municipal employees. And so I really want to urge people to treat our employees with respect and a reminder that abusive behavior is not tolerated. We've heard of some horrific incidents involving municipal bylaw officers and also public health inspectors over Victoria Day weekend. And while we fully appreciate that public frustration is at an all-time high, we know that the efforts to control this pandemic depend on employees working to do their job and ensuring that they are able to do so with the fullness of protection. I know I've heard personally from some of our staff that they're actually scared to do their jobs due to some of these occurrences. And I find that unacceptable, that they fear for their safety working in our community. I think it really just goes back to the basic premise that the only way we get through this is together with kindness and compassion. It has been difficult for everyone all around. And I really want to stress that it's critical for our public to ensure that they are not treating our employees with abusive behavior. I think the other priorities besides that we've identified, of course, is that we are adjusting our clinic capacities to match the changes in the provincial allocation that are anticipated through May and June. We are also planning for second doses as we aim to balance demand and capacity in the upcoming weeks. We know that as we get closer to, as we cross 70% and then get closer to 75 and 80% and higher first dose coverage, that demand will dry up, and we will need to figure out how we start directing our capacity towards second doses in the upcoming week. Of course, with the remainder of people who haven't received their first dose, we will continue, of course, our focus on hard-to-reach residents with to help build vaccine confidence in those groups. And then there is still a need, especially just in the interim, to continue to adhere to the stay-at-home order, to continue to follow public health measures as we move towards reopening and a gradual and safe reopening. And I think the biggest, messages, at least in respect of vaccinations, is simply just really highlighting a need for us to get clarity on a second dose strategy so that we can make the most of the capacity, that we make the most optimal use of the capacity that has been developed so far, and to ensure that there are allocations that will be provided to support that capacity, especially recognizing the flexibility needed to prioritize our community, which does remain a hotspot at this point in time. So those are just some of the priorities moving forward in respect of our response, our ongoing engagement with the community, and with vaccinations. And if we can move to the next slide, we are happy to take any questions that you may have at this time, myself, Manali, and Brian. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Loh, thank you to you and the team, and quite a milestone, 1 million having been done for the inoculations. That's outstanding. And again, a big shout out to our frontline workers that made it possible, and disappointing to hear what you have to endure, and you should not be enduring it. So well said. My list is Crombie, Groves, Parrish, Rass, Brown, and I remind you all of the 2 questions to be addressed within the 5 minutes or so. Mayor Crombie.
Thanks very much. I raised my hand as well. This is Councillor Damerla pretty early on, so I'm not sure why I'm not on your list.
And Councillor Damerla, I did see that, but I don't see it on my list now, but you were immediately after Bonnie. I do recall now that you remind me. With my apologies, as I say, it's not on my list now, but I will acknowledge you next. Thank you, Mayor Crombie.
Let me just also express my regrets that any of our staff have been subjected to anything less than respectful or civil behavior that's completely uncalled for. And on behalf of residents, please keep that in mind. Everyone is doing their best and working extremely long hours to get us all through this to protect the health and safety of our residents. So I feel deeply apologetic that anyone would treat our people that way. Please express that regret to our staff from me. I have so much respect and admiration for the work that they're doing. A couple of comments. Great to see that 18 to 24-year-old uptake is so high at 66%. And also not sure why the Indian variant is not showing up in data, because I'm always asked about that. And just one other observation before I ask my two questions. The sharp decline began sort of mid-April. Was that when that second shutdown was? Because there was that peak. It looked like it was mid-April, and then things started improving gradually. My two questions are, number one, second dose strategy. Do we have any more clarity on it? Is there a possibility that the timelines may be tightened? I know I'm not scheduled to go back for some time. I'm sure we're all not. So it would be good to get second doses in arms on the same sort of protocol that we did first doses. And then secondly, what we're seeing is a flurry of articles today about the reopening of schools. I know that educators and parents would like clarity. Dr. Loh, have you heard anything more from the province with respect to schools? Do the kids plan to go back, with this month, or not till next fall? Those are my questions. Thank you. And comments.
So thank you, Madam Mayor. Through the chair to Mayor Crombie, I'm actually going to ask Manali to respond on the B1617 piece, because in terms of our ongoing detection and screening, there are certain considerations there that relate to how that variant is being tracked in our community. But as you saw from the graphs that were shown, B117 has really driven our significant third wave, and that seems to still be the predominant variant at this time. In respect of second dose strategy, we continue to undergo discussions with our ministry partners. I understand that a second dose strategy is being worked on. Obviously, in my opinion, the simplest thing would be to simply just advance whoever, in the event that it gets advanced, is just to advance whoever has been booked, from where the point is, and just move forward, because it would probably help to preserve the prioritization that existed previously. However, I do understand as well that there are other with the capacity that we have, that they may be able to advance blocks or batches more quickly, especially if increasing supply helps to resolve our issues. So I imagine those are all considerations being taken into account with our ministry partners, as well as the fact that there are many other jurisdictions in Ontario that have not yet received their first doses in the way that we have been fortunate to in Peel. I think just in recognition of the high transmissions that we had in our community. And then in respect of the reopening of schools, I can certainly share that there are a number of meetings that following this presentation, I think will dominate the rest of my afternoon. Certainly ongoing dialogue and conversation with other health unit partners, with Board of Education partners, and certainly with our ministry partners. But as of yet, there has been no decision rendered, and certainly I think it's been well reported in the media that the province is seeking additional feedback and really trying to come to a conclusion before they move forward. Ultimately, in Peel, I think our view is that our case management and contact tracing capacity, as well as our testing capacity, has improved to the point that we may, certainly a return to school in the next short term could be supported both by our improving trends, by our increasing vaccination rates, and by the testing and tracing that we have in this point in time. But certainly, we want to continue having those conversations with our health unit and provincial partners as well.
Okay, thank you.
With that, sorry, Mr. Chair, with apologies, to Manali to see if she can respond on the B1617 variant question.
Thanks, Dr. Loh. Thank you, Mayor Crombie, for the question, and through the chair. Just on the B1617, the results that we're receiving from the Public Health Ontario lab are based on whole genome sequencing. So that takes several weeks. So this past weekend, we just received reports from back in early May. So as soon as we have the opportunity, we will be providing that information more regularly. And I just wanted to comment on the other piece in terms of the decline. So we're roughly 8 weeks out from the April 3rd shutdown. So it's exactly around that time, and 7 weeks out since we switched to remote learning on April 6th. But I think that this rapid decline also reflects the vaccination program as well.
Okay, thank you. Next up, Councillor Demerla.
Thank you, Chair. I also want to begin by congratulating Dr. Loh and your team on, really very impressive vaccination numbers, very reassuring. And I also I have a small request, and I do want to thank you, Dr. Loh, for consistently referring to the variants by their numbers and not the country of origin. And so I'm going to request everyone to please not name viruses with a country and instead just stick to the numbering, which is B117 and B1617. No point needlessly stigmatizing groups of people. So that's just a small request. My question is, Dr. Loh, given all the vaccination that we have done and where we are in terms of the fact that our, I guess, infection rate is under 1, where are we against the province in terms of, are we still a hot spot, or have we come down enough to be sort of just part of the provincial average?
Through the chair to Councillor Demurla, it's my view that Peel continues to see significantly higher rates of transmission relative to other parts of the province. I think this is reflected in our day-to-day case numbers, and certainly, as Manali shared in her slides, while our trends have certainly been favorable as a result of the public health measures that were taken to control the third wave and our increasing vaccine coverage rates, I think the context that the pandemic has unfolded in our community has not changed. We still have many jobs that can't be done from home. We still have a lot of people that can potentially act as hosts for a disease that spreads from person to person. So it is still absolutely vital, I think, to reflect on historic outbreak and transmission data that we've seen in our community and ensure that Peel is treated as not just even if it's not necessarily a hotspot relative to where it was at the height of the third wave, certainly a high transmission risk community as we continue to move towards gradual reopening.
My second question is the AstraZeneca second shot. I'm getting a lot of questions because it's supposed to expire next week. So what's the I haven't heard, maybe unless I missed something, I haven't heard how those second shots are going to be given. Are they going to be, brought forward in the next 1 week? How is that going to take place in Peel?
The chair to Councillor Demurla, my understanding was that the provincial government had started to advance AstraZeneca second shots for individuals who had received AstraZeneca at a point in time previously in March. I think the previous week was for individuals who had received it, I think, in the middle of, so basically it was May 17th to 21st last week. They advanced it for individuals who had received it on March 15th to 19th. So I think that was the advance that they given for individuals that had received AstraZeneca. I may be mistaken, but you're correct that with the vaccines, as I understand it, a portion of the supply due to expire at the end of the month. We haven't received any further information as to whether they are opening that up more widely or how they will be proceeding. That will ultimately be something that will be done, that will be announced by the provincial government. And given that it was AstraZeneca that was being delivered through pharmacies largely at the time, presumably it would be through that similar channel. I would actually, if I may, Mr. Chair, to Brian, just to confirm my understanding, because you may be closer to this than I am.
Thank you, Lawrence, and through the chair. So we were part of the, that's correct, Lawrence, on the pharmacy channels, but we were part of the primary care pilot. So we are our primary care partners that were delivering AstraZeneca, and the dates were between March 12th and March 19th, have been asked to connect with those clients who received a first dose, and they are able to access a second dose earlier than scheduled because of the expiring amount of AstraZeneca that's in the province. So primary care in Peel has been organizing itself to and has been delivering this week for those clients that want to receive a second dose. And that timing is the March 12th to 19th gives about a 10-week period, 10-week interval from their first dose. So it's a choice, of course, but it gives opportunity for some to get an earlier vaccination, a second vaccination, for those who want it prior to the expiry of the lot that's expiring May 31st.
So Brian, I just wanted to clarify, how would those people find out, the ones who are between March 12th and 19th, that will the pharmacy call them directly? Is that, I didn't follow that.
So I'm not sure on the pharmacy channel. In Peel, we weren't part of the pharmacy pilot, as you will recall, but we were part of the primary care pilot. So primary care is reaching out to their clients that received it through their offices.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Groves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, thank you, Dr. Loh, to you and your team. As always, you've just been outstanding. And please accept my apologies and pass it on to your staff, because as Mayor Crombie said, that there is no need for this. Your staff and the folks who are working there, they're putting in a lot of time and a lot of effort, and I apologize that they've been mistreated by folks who are coming in to receive the vaccine. So please pass my apologies on to your staff and my thanks and appreciation for all that they are doing to get us through this awful time. I just have a couple of questions, and through you, Mr. Chair. I did receive some concerns from some of the nurses that are working at the clinic in Caledon East in the hub. And I guess the concern that they're having, and we can certainly have some more discussions offline, is that they felt like they're very fatigued. They felt like they were burning out, because I believe one of the things that they're expected of them is to vaccinate one person per minute, and they didn't feel that that was sufficient time. You know, they had to stay in the same spot the whole time, and so they're feeling very fatigued. So, and my understanding is that we are going back to the old model. So can you confirm for me that if we are going back to the old model, because I think the old model, it worked for the nurses, but this new hub that we went to wasn't working.
Through the chair to Councillor Groves, certainly thank you for the support, both in terms of abusive staff, but also in looking at what's happening up at Caledon East. You're correct that with the adjustment of the clinic operations to the new per capita allocation, there will be changes in the operations. But I'm going to pass it to Brian Laundrie to maybe speak to the details around expectations. I mean, these are. I think it's important to characterize the training and the expectations that staff receive, and also the anticipated changes at Caledon East. So Brian, are you able to speak to those?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Loh, and through the chair, Councillor Groves. We're always looking at ways to improve our clinics and the experience for both staff and residents, and to look at all the efficiencies we can, keeping all those factors in mind. We have moved to a hockey hub model in Caledon, as well as a number of other clinics, and we have all kinds of feedback on that. Many like it. Some don't. There's very continuous need for training, and we're looking at all kinds of different options for not only Caledon East but across our system. So we'll definitely keep that factor in mind. And if you, as we land it and move forward, taking into account all the feedback and considerations, we can let you know offline, as you suggest.
That's great. Thank you very much. And just on a positive, the nurses did want me to pass on their thanks to staff, because they just think you guys are great. So while they are feeling fatigue and burned out, they just want me to pass on their thanks that you guys have been great with them. So thank you for that. At our council meeting on Tuesday night, we had a resident, and I did bring this up before, Mr. Chair, at an earlier meeting here, who had a heart attack. He was a resident of mine, and you know, he came to pass on his thanks to the fire department and the EMS. But one of the things that he mentioned that sort of raised a red flag for me, or a concern, is that he was saying that people, if they're feeling symptoms or anything like that, they're hesitant to call and go to the hospital, because they're afraid that if they go to the hospital, they might pick up COVID there, and that. So, is it possible for you and your team to put out some sort of a communication that we can share with our residents, that if you're, if you're feeling these symptoms or whatever it is you're feeling, and you feel you need to go to the hospital, don't be afraid to call 911 and go to the hospital, because you're not going to go and pick up COVID there. Is it possible to have some sort of a communication on that?
Through the chair to Councillor Gross, I thank you for raising this. This is a very important message. Certainly something that I can work into my public representations, and I know it's one that our hospital partners have tried to constantly put out throughout the pandemic. There are infection prevention and control procedures in place at both hospitals. There is capacity to address urgent and emergent needs. That hasn't changed, and so I think we'll certainly provide that feedback to our hospital partners in terms of ensuring that that word continues to get out, and I'll include in my public representations as well. And it's actually really vital. This reminds me relates to another point specifically in respect of COVID. So one misconception that a lot of people are having, as I understand it, is that if they've had COVID before, they don't need to get the vaccine. And the recommendation, in fact, is that people should get the vaccine even if they've had COVID, because we're not sure how long immunity from the natural infection lasts. And there's also no guarantee that a reinfection may not lead as well to a similar or more severe result. So I think it's very vital. Anyone with symptoms, COVID or otherwise, if they need emergent attention, that they should seek it. Hospitals are well equipped and prepared to respond and receive in those situations. And then certainly for those who have recovered from COVID, to ensure that they get their vaccine once their infection has resolved.
That's great. Thank you, Dr. Lowe. And certainly if you can work with communication to send council some sort of something that we can put out on our social media, just to let the public know that it is safe to go to the hospital, because all the proper measurements have been taken and are in place. Because we had another resident of mine who was a neighbor of the gentleman who had the heart attack. She ended up having a heart attack, and she was at home, she died. And so, this is an important message that we need to communicate to the residents, that please don't be afraid to go to the hospital, because it does save lives. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Councillor Parrish.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Very proud to announce the community center and the Malton Masjid had almost 2006 inoculations within 8 or 9 days of each other. It was very, very good for me to see all this. I have a question for Brian Laundrie. One of the big successes we had there was 33% of our bookings were done by the BIA phone system. Have you had an opportunity to look into how that worked and consider using it in other locations that are difficult to serve?
Thank you, Councillor Parrish, and through the chair. Not yet. I did receive the feedback from the BIA that you sent yesterday afternoon. I honestly didn't get to notice it until this morning in my email, so I'll reach out to the team on that. There's multiple modalities of how we contact, or not just us, how our communities reach out. And so if that worked well, then certainly we'll take that under consideration.
Yes, and I noticed the mobile signs for the International Center don't have any phone numbers on them. Natalie, who was our person on the ground there for the BIA, said that not only did they book 33% through the phone system, but they had probably, of the other 2/3 that were booked, they had at least a third of them called to ask, do I need to bring my OHIP card? And they just like being able to contact a voice. My second question isn't really a question, it's a suggestion, that I think the mosque system worked so well because we had Natalie on the ground, the BIA manager. She knows the people. She's one of those people that organizes festivals. She does Canada Day. She's a real on-the-ground organizer, and she understands what makes people tick in the places that she serves. Suggestion that you, when you're doing any more clinics like this, that you have a look at who the local festival organizers are, who the BIA people are, and get one of them on your team, because I think it makes a really good liaison with the community. And thank you very much for all that was done up there. I'm very pleased at the number of people that got their shots. And the last 2 days, we got a lot of young people. So thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor Raz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the team for presenting again today. A few questions. I guess I've heard some feedback from residents. Can you take me through what the rationale behind allowing children aged 12 to 15 make their own decisions with respect to the vaccinations? Understanding the 16 plus, they're old enough, but 12 to 15, I think that there are some current concerns among parents that it should be a family decision. I'm just wondering if you can elaborate on that.
Oh, yes, thank you through the chair to Councillor Raz. This is in line actually with standard practice within healthcare and also within the legal auspices of, and I would defer to the regional solicitor to perhaps speak on the Healthcare and Consent Act, but there is no minimum legal age to consent to medical treatment in Ontario. And in the nature of medical practice, this is in respect of an individual's own body as opposed to some other activities that an individual may engage in. So it is usually accepted practice that if the individual who is to receive the intervention or treatment is capable of understanding the benefits and the risks of the treatment, that they then, and they have the capacity to understand it, that they then have the capacity to actually consent to that treatment themselves. So it's it's similar to immunization. It would be similarly if there was a child who wasn't feeling well, was brought into the emergency room, they would consent to the physical exam or all those other like those sort of pieces. So it is the idea that ultimately that's where it differs between them being minors for maybe other things that they would do, as opposed to this being their own healthcare and their own body, at least as respected in respect of the Healthcare and Consent Act, is my understanding as to why 12 to 15 are able to consent. Of course, we do agree, though, Councillor Raz, that it's very important for, as with any sort of medical decision or conversation, for anything from immunizations to transplants to whatever people, transplant donations to whatever people might come up with. It's always better if you have a conversation, if you're able to have a conversation with your family and help them understand or work through that decision and have that. But ultimately, individuals have the right to consent to a treatment that's rendered upon their own person.
Okay. And I guess one of the concerns was that it was different. It varied between regions.
So through the chair to Councillor Raz, that's correct. There is some variation, I believe, in York where they do require parental consent. But again, we have a legal opinion, and we also know that it's standard of practice in medical practices, for example, that a mature minor, a minor who has the capacity to understand the benefits and risks of what is being proposed to them, that they are able to consent on that basis.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Question, follow up on the AstraZeneca. I understand that it's expiring at the end of the month. Do we know if there are going to be additional shipments brought in for the future?
So through the chair to Councillor Raz, at this point in time, there have been no additional shipments of AstraZeneca that have been advised by our federal partners. I believe one of the largest suppliers for our AstraZeneca was actually the Serum Institute of India. And as I understand it, there is now a moratorium of exports of vaccinations from that country until the end of the year, just given the situation over there. The grave situation over there, I should say. And as I understand it, at this time, we have no further projections or clarity on any additional AstraZeneca doses at this time.
Okay, and so did that mean NACI has come out with a decision on mixing and matching vaccines?
Yes, so through the chair to Councillor Raz, it is NACI's recommendation that to the extent possible, people try to get vaccinated with the same vaccine product that they were initially vaccinated with. But there is no recommendation against mixing and matching. That is also a possibility, but they have expressed in guidance a preference for maintaining the same product line throughout both doses.
Okay, thank you very much. And both my kids were vaccinated in the last few days, one at Trillium Health and the other one at the Peel site at UTM. Both were flawless and went off without a hitch. So congratulations to you and your team for meeting those milestones this past week. Thanks.
Thank you. Mayor Brown.
Chair Unica, and once again, Dr. Lowe, thank you for all your efforts. As usual, I get the chance to be briefed on this twice a week by you, so I don't want to be repetitive, but there was one thing I wanted to draw out for the interest of regional council, and I think Councillor Demerla actually touched upon this, that we were considered a hotspot in terms of the vaccine allocation, and we're no longer considered a hotspot in terms of that focus on our area. And I wondered if you could explain that to Regional Council, how that affects our allocations, and what advice that you gave the mayors in terms of the advocacy that could be most useful in terms of second doses. I understand our allocation has gone down from, I think at one point we had 19% to now we're down to 9% of the provincial allocation. But really our advocacy should now be focused on second doses, because there's going to be a larger need for seniors, for example, in Peel Region that are going to need those vaccines. And then if you look at the context, I see other provinces are now proceeding with second doses. How important is that for Peel Region? And do you have any concerns that some of the protection we're getting from the first, some of the immunity we're getting from the first doses, for those that got it very early on in the pandemic, is there any concern that a level of that immunity will be diminished if we hold back on second doses too long?
So through the chair to Mayor Brown, thank you. I think it's this really speaks to just overall approach to second doses, which I think is something that we've touched on as an important point of advocacy. I think the Ontario Science Table is pretty clear that continuing to prioritize high transmission communities for second doses is really important to ensuring that we seal the deal. First doses really speak to reducing mortality and severity and hospitalization. Second doses are where you really start to hopefully develop immunity as a whole, and for most people hopefully stop spreading the disease and therefore changing transmission patterns. So I think that's to the extent that we can have clarity on whether and how second doses will be accelerated, whether that will be province-wide or in areas such as Peel. I think the Science Table was pretty clear that high transmission areas should look at that just for the protections that would provide. But we also know that there are many places in Ontario that haven't received their first doses yet. So I think there's all these different issues to be balanced in trying to come up with a coherent strategy across the province. But given all that, I think our view really should be to the degree that we know that second doses help to boost that immunity and really sort of confirm hopefully a certain sense of immunity amongst people who receive them. It would be very important for us to have flexibility in allocation. I would also clarify, Mayor Brown, I don't think it's necessarily that we're not considered a hotspot anymore, but rather that at this time they're not allocating to hotspots. So I think the message needs to be, that high transmission communities continue to be prioritized for allocations as we move towards second doses, as those become needed, and to support the capacity that's been developed here. And that we also have clarity as to if we are accelerating second doses, when can that begin, and would that be in hotspots, et cetera, or an overall second dose strategy that would remain or retain the existing dose interval that's there. I think just that further advocating for that further clarity around the interval, and then also flexibility and allocation for high transmission communities that would support second doses sooner is ideally where we would put our advocacy at this time.
Carrie Nika, do I have any time left in my 5 minutes?
I'll allow you one quick one. Go ahead.
One quick one. I've been getting lots of questions about mixing of AstraZeneca and other vaccines, given the fact that some Peel pharmacies are now offering second doses. Do you believe that people will be given an option in terms of those that have concerns with AstraZeneca? I believe other jurisdictions are allowing mixing. Is this something we can anticipate happening in Ontario?
So through the chair to Mayor Brown, I don't have any further guidance on second doses of AstraZeneca beyond what has been shared by the province already. Certainly, the National Advisory Committee on Immunization has, as I mentioned, come out with a preference for the same product, but not necessarily recommending one way or the other in respect of mixing or matching. And so, I mean, at this point, I can only defer to what we would see from the ministry, particularly as our AstraZeneca stocks resolve in the coming weeks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sato. Councillor Sato, if you're speaking, we can't hear you. Perhaps I'll move on to Councillor Fonseca, then go back to Councillor Sato. Councillor Fonseca.
Thank you, through Mr. Chair. I'll be very brief. First, I just want to say and echo a huge thank you on behalf of the residents of Ward 3 for all that Dr. Lowe, Brian, everyone at the Region of Peel through all of the different strategies to address the pandemic you've put forward. So thank you. I also want to say a huge thank you. Our two sons were vaccinated on the weekend at UTM, and the system was flawless. So a huge thank you there. My one question I have with regards to the Homebound program, I have received a number of calls from family members of loved ones who do not live in the city of Mississauga, but their mothers, fathers, or grandparents do live in homes and are homebound. And there's been a bit of confusion around whether or not they can book the Homebound program over the phone, or if they are required to book on the internet. So if you could provide a bit of clarification around that, and I recognize and understand, obviously the Homebound program is one that the process is a lot longer, and appreciate that and appreciate all the work that has gone into it. And I know that it is resource heavy, but just for clarification, and again, this is coming from many families who are trying to book or support their loved ones, but they don't actually physically live in Mississauga, and their loved ones that are homebound are. So if you could provide a bit of clarification around that strategy, I greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
Through the chair, with thanks to Councillor Fonseca. Brian, I'm going to pass this one right to you to speak to Homebound. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fonseca, and for your thanks. The Homebound strategy is a slower strategy, but we're trying to ramp up as fast as we can. We have committed capacity for 1,800 further doses to be issued to Homebound. The number for the Homebound is on our website, and I don't have it with me, but it is a call-in option there for absolutely. So apologies that I don't have it on me, but it's there.
Not a problem. Thank you. I can work offline, and I know my staff have been working offline on that, but we just continue to get those calls. So thank you, and thanks for that clarification.
Thank you. One more time, Councillor Sato. Can you hear me? You're up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry. I'm working on battery and several devices this morning. Thank you, Electra. So my question is with regard to the AstraZeneca, and some of the questions have been answered, but given the fact that we have a large number of people who are not in that group, that timing, who got the shot, and they're not in the timing to go and get their second one now. You sort of touched on the fact that they could get the Pfizer or the Moderna, but they would be coming up, some of them, to the time they should be getting their second shot. So how would they book? You know, can they go on the system and book for a second shot through the regular booking system? I had one of my neighbors ask me this, and she was totally confused, and so was I. So that's my first question. And my second one is just a very quick one. The numbers that you gave us, the 68%, et cetera, that was on your presentation, do they include the people who received the AstraZeneca shot as well, or just those who have been vaccinated through Trillium and Peel? Thank you.
So through the chair to Councillor Sato, and I will encourage Brian and Manali to jump in if I misspeak on either of these, but I believe the 68% is pulled directly from the provincial registry for COVID shots, so it would include individuals who've received a first dose of AstraZeneca, and also would include Peel residents that may not have been vaccinated within Peel, but elsewhere in Ontario. So I think that that number is where that comes from. It comes directly from the back end in the provincial registry. And then in respect of booking second shots, I understand that this is functionality that's being developed or in the process of being developed and finalized for the provincial booking system. And so I anticipate that as part of their second dose strategy, that they will be rolling that out. At this time, I think individuals who need to book a second dose, particularly in those high priority groups, are being asked to call the province's booking line. But as we moved, of course, towards more mass second doses, I anticipate that functionality will come online for the provincial booking system. And actually, just so that I make sure we get that right for our residents, I'm going to ask if Brian can confirm that was his understanding as well. So, Brian.
Thank you, Dr. Lowe, and through the chair. As far as the second dose AstraZeneca, I've not heard any guidance other than the guidance we've had for the short-term opportunity for that select group that was vaccinated between March 12th and 19th. So Dr. Lowe talked about the potential mixing of vaccines in the future, and along with that would be the potential for additional AstraZeneca in the province that we have not received any confirmation on. So those things are still unresolved, but we'll expect will be part of the strategy and policy that the ministry gives us, and hopefully shortly on second doses.
Okay, thank you.
I think, sorry, Mr. Chair,
Go
I
ahead.
would ask that, I would hope that you're advocating to the province to get this information as soon as possible, because there are a lot of people that got the AstraZeneca who are really very worried right now that they have no idea, because they're not booked for a second dose like the rest of us are that got Pfizer. We're already booked, and they're kind of worried that they're not going to be able to get a second dose. So I would hope we would be advocating and get that information out to our citizens as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Sato. That exhausts my list. Excellent presentation. Victory will soon be ours. That's the sense that we're getting. So still more work to do, but to the frontline workers, thank you for all you've done so far. You've put us in this position that we continue to move in the right direction, and we're closer to the end goal. With that, I need receipt. Moved by Councillor Sato, seconded by Councillor Fonseca. Anybody opposed? That is carried. And just before our lunch break, the last item that I'd like to deal with it now because it's COVID related. We almost had it through on consent, but I think Councillor Santos had a quick question on 8.2, COVID-19 funding for the vulnerable update. Councillor Santos, do you have a question, please?
Yes, just a very quick question for the Commissioner about the report. There are a number of things that we did during COVID as a region to assist the homeless and some of the most vulnerable. And I know that funding will eventually run out. So I'm just wondering from the Commissioner if a report will be coming forward to highlight some of those best practices that perhaps we should definitely consider bringing forward post COVID-19 and perhaps any sort of recommendations on funding and budget related to those items.
So through the chair, and thank you for the question, the answer is yes. We are in the process of evaluating the very positive outcomes that we've been able to achieve with this additional federal and provincial COVID funding, and we will be bringing a report to Council that looks at potential service increases. So what are the budget implications of perhaps taking some of these innovative programs and practices and making them part of our regular business? And we anticipate bringing that report forward on July the 8th.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. That's my question. Looking forward to seeing that report because we've done some innovative things. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Santos, thank you. I now need a recorded vote on that matter for its receipt as moved by Councillor Santos, seconded by Councillor Vicente. Madam Clerk, for the vote, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is to approve the recommendation as set out in the report at 9.2, and I'll begin with Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Mayor Brown in favor. Councillor Carlson?
Yes.
Councillor Carlson in favor. Mayor Crombie?
Yes.
Mayor Crombie in favor. Councillor Demurla?
Yes.
Councillor Demurla in favor. Councillor Dasco?
Yes.
Councillor Dasco in favor. Councillor Dillon?
Yes.
Councillor Dillon in favor. Councillor Downey?
In favor.
Councillor Downey in favor. Councillor Fonseca?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Fonseca in favor. Councillor Fortini?
In favor.
Councillor Fortini in favor. Councillor Groves?
Yes.
Councillor Groves in favor. Councillor Innes?
In favor.
Councillor Innes in favor. Councillor Kovac?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Kovac in favor. Councillor Mahoney?
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Mahoney in favor. Councillor McFadden?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor McFadden in favor. Councillor Medeiros?
In favor.
Councillor Medeiros in favor. Councillor Paleshi?
In favor.
Councillor Paleshi in favor. Councillor Parrish?
In favor.
Councillor Parrish in favor. Councillor Raz?
In favor.
Councillor Raz in favor. Councillor Sato?
Yes.
Councillor Sato in favor. Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Councillor Santos in favor. Councillor Sinclair?
In favor.
Councillor Sinclair in favor. Councillor Starr?
In favor.
Councillor Starr in favor. Mayor Thompson?
In favor?
Mayor Thompson in favor. Councillor Vicente?
In favor.
Councillor Vicente in favor. And that carries. It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you all for a good morning session. I think we'll call a recess here to give the back office and the clerk staff that have been glued to their chairs for about 4 hours a break. See you all back at 1 o'clock following our recess to carry on with the rest of the agenda. Thank you. Okay, everybody, we're right back at 1 o'clock. We are back in session. The next item that we have under item 11, staff presentations, 11.1, Peel Renewable Natural Gas Center Anaerobic Digestion Facility Project, an oral update from Norm Lee, Director of Waste Management. Norm.
Good afternoon. I'll just wait for the slides to come up. There we are. Sorry, next slide, please. Just a little bit of background to get going. In 2017, Regional Council approved the development of an anaerobic digestion facility in Peel, which is now called the Peel Renewable Natural Gas Center, as part of our long-term waste management strategy. The strategic terms defining the roles and responsibilities of the parties and the performance requirements were also approved in 2017. In 2019, Regional Council approved the acquisition of 125 Miranda Road in Brampton, where the facility will be built. Next slide, please. This is just a project overview, and I should say that, I mean, reason for this presentation is we've been in an active procurement process now for a couple of years, and with our single point of contact rules, council has really been out of touch with the project. So we're the procurement process has now closed. We've received bids and we're evaluating them, and we're going to be bringing a report in July to council on the outcome. So we just want to have this report as an FYI report to bring everybody back up to speed. So just a project overview starting at the upper left. The region's role is to supply organics from our green bin program. The successful proponent will do everything in green. They will design, build, and commission the AD facility to process 90,000 tons per year of green bin material. They will operate and maintain the facility for 15 years with an optional 5-year extension at Peel's sole discretion. They will pre-treat wastewater and discharge it to the sanitary sewer under a surcharge agreement. They will manage and dispose of all residue. They'll produce and market certified fertilizer. And they'll produce biogas and upgrade it to renewable natural gas. Enbridge which has a little bit of yellow scope on the right-hand side of the diagram, they will inject the renewable natural gas into the Enbridge distribution network under a biogas service agreement between Peel and Enbridge. And then the region will retain ownership of the renewable natural gas, and we will decide what to do with it. We can use it to heat and cool our buildings. We could use it to fuel our collection fleet, or we could sell it on the market. At full capacity, just to get a sense of the amount of renewable natural gas, the facility will produce enough natural gas, renewable natural gas, to supply about a third of the region's heating and cooling needs, and that would contribute to our greenhouse gas reduction targets. Or if we sold it, it would offset approximately a third of the facility's estimated operating costs. So it's a significant amount of renewable natural gas will come out of this facility. Next slide, please. Just some of the benefits of this facility: it replaces existing aging composting infrastructure. It will allow the addition of diapers and pet waste to the green bin program, which will generate about a 5% increase in our waste diversion rate. It produces certified fertilizer, for which there is a robust market in Ontario, and it produces renewable natural gas, as I just mentioned. It will help Peel achieve its 75% diversion target, and it will also help meet the provincial organics diversion targets that are in place. And as I said earlier, it supports the region's climate change master plan by allowing us to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. Next slide, please. So the procurement process has a best practice for kind of large, complex projects as this is, and as was approved by Council. It used a competitive procurement process that included requests for pre-qualification followed by requests for proposals. The process included a designated single point of contact for the region within our procurement department. And as I said, because of that, Council has heard very little about the project for the last few years. Also, as a best practice for these types of projects, and certainly done by Infrastructure Ontario quite a bit these days, it included 3 rounds of commercially confidential meetings with the pre-qualified proponents. These meetings were opportunities for them to pose questions and to propose changes to the draft project agreement. Any resulting changes were incorporated into the procurement documents and shared with all proponents. I should note that the commercial confidential meetings began before and continued through COVID-19, and that staff noticed a heightened awareness of supply chain risks and a reduced acceptance of project risks due to COVID as the process continued. And I'll talk a little bit more about risk later. So the evaluation of proposals began in April, and staff is still completing its evaluation. Staff will bring a report to the July 8th meeting of Regional Council with the results of the evaluation and a recommended award to a preferred proponent. I should note that the proposals are subject to a 165-day bid validity period that will expire on October 19th. This means the project must be awarded and all necessary agreements executed by that date. It seems like a lot of time between now and October 18th, but trust me, it will go by very quickly, and there's a lot of work to do between now and then. Next slide, please. I want to talk a little bit about the Enbridge agreement. In 2017, the region and Enbridge began exploring options to inject the renewable natural gas from the facility into Enbridge's natural gas system. In 2020, Peel entered into an agreement with Enbridge to complete a capacity assessment, complete preliminary design for the injection station, and to prepare cost estimates for the project to be included in a biogas service agreement, which we've been negotiating ever since. If the project goes forward, Enbridge will absorb all of the costs they've incurred to date. If the project does not go forward, the region will pay Enbridge $200,000 to help offset these costs. And as I said, we've been negotiating biogas service agreement since 2020 or mid-2020, and Enbridge was included in one set of commercially confidential meetings with proponents, so they do have kind of a good understanding of the project and of each other. The key terms of the biogas service agreement will also be presented to Council for approval on July 8th. Next slide, please. Just a little bit on risks and risk mitigation. Projects of this scale and scope and complexity, they generate risks in a number of different areas. So a strategy to mitigate risk was developed. Each risk that was identified will be managed by the party best able to control it and to manage it cost effectively. Many of those will be controlled and managed by the proponents. But the region will retain risk or share risks that cannot be managed by proponents. A couple of key risks identified through the assessment are utility cost increases beyond CPI. If those occur, the region will absorb that cost. Permitting delays. A project of this sort requires quite a few permits. It requires site plan approval from the City of Brampton. It requires environmental compliance approval from the Ministry of the Environment. And this is one because it's in the secondary bird hazard zone of the Pearson International Airport. It requires GTAA approval from a bird hazard perspective. If any of these approvals take longer than expected and slow the project through no fault of the proponent, or if they prevent the project from going forward, then the region would cover certain costs and take on that responsibility. Staff has been working regularly with all of these groups, the city, the ministry, and the GTAA, to kind of manage these risks and understand them. And while our expectation is that all of those will go smoothly, there is always a possibility that they won't. Finally, just on the quality and quantity of organics, anaerobic digestion is a biological process, not that different than a human stomach. And if we put things in that we shouldn't, it gets upset just like a human stomach would. So there is some relief if we deliver toxic materials such as household chemicals or paints, that sort of thing. And if that upsets the process, then they get a little bit of relief and don't have to meet the outcomes for a specified period of time. And then just finally, as we review the proposals, there may be some other risks that are identified in the July 8th report when it comes forward. Next slide, please. So just on the next steps, as I said, staff's in the process of reviewing proposals right now. A recommendation report will be brought to July 8th Council. And as I said earlier, July 8th will also include the biogas service agreement with Enbridge for Council approval. Next slide, please. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Norm. Questions, Councillor Starr.
Thank you, Norm. That's a good overview of what I guess we've discussed a couple of times in the past. And some of the things I think I'd like to just briefly touch on, and they may be repetitive for some of the members that have heard this before, but ballpark, what are we looking at in the overall cost? How many hundreds of millions?
Okay, I have not seen pricing yet from the proposals. That's still kind of working its way through the review process. but from a budget perspective, I believe we have a budget of around $124 million for the capital works, and I believe we budgeted $160 per ton for processing costs. We have not factored in any revenue or value that we might receive for the renewable natural gas, and as I said earlier, our estimates show that could offset a third of the operating costs.
Yeah, and some of the questions I'm just bringing out so that some of the other members of council are also aware. And we talked about this. What processing capacity in the industry is there out there in Southern Ontario?
Right now, there's not a lot of excess processing capacity, although some is kind of in the works. Durham region is going through a process to develop anaerobic digestion and also possibly mixed waste capacity. York region is about to issue a request for proposals. They think possibly this month or early next month for anaerobic digestion capacity for their material. But yeah, there's not a lot of excess capacity out in the industry. We've been buying capacity now for quite a few years. We process about a third of our material in-house and about 2/3 of it on the market. And when we go out for tender for that material, we're not getting a lot of extra capacity showing up.
Okay, so York is going to be totally independent of anyone else if they go through for this type of AD process?
Yeah, their plan. They did a series of studies very similar to what Peel did. They determined that the best way to process green bin material is through anaerobic digestion, like us and others have come to the same conclusion. Where they differ a bit from Peel, and this is partly because they're much closer to their debt service cap than we are. They just don't have the capital or the debt service room to take on capital to build it. So they're going to their request for proposal will be for third-party capacity. So their expectation is somebody would build a new facility for them.
Yeah, I've heard, as a matter of fact, I subscribe to a couple of the services, and is Halton doing something also in the near future? I just read something.
I have not heard anything from Halton. They may be, but I'm just not aware.
Okay. And I guess we can't be very specific, but and you say you don't know what the numbers are, so we don't know if their numbers are close to budget, what your budget are, or any place ballpark.
I have heard zero on this. I know as much as you do right now about the costs that were submitted. The way their proposals worked is they submitted technical proposals first, and our technical team has completed its review of those, and then they submitted price proposals second, and our finance team is still in the process of reviewing those. Once those two reviews are done, it will all come together to me and others on the steering committee. It includes Norm Lom and somebody from purchasing, and we'll begin our more detailed assessment then.
And during that process, were there alternative solutions to what we're trying to do? Because this is a lot of money, and that's what concerns me. I brought this up when we met. If it's 120 million, 140 million, or whatever it could be. And I think with COVID, it even brings it more to the forefront that it's a lot of money that is in another budget. I'd certainly like to know that we're heading down the right path, and that we certainly gave, I don't know how many bidders, I think you said there was a few of them there when we met the other day, whether they're allowed to give any alternative solutions or maybe different ways. But if you're not on that committee, then how would we know what's happening?
Well, I guess we'll anything, if any of them propose alternatives, we would bring that information on July 8th when we do the award.
Okay. That troubles me, because if there are a lot of differences in dollars or opinions or the way we're going to do things, and to come forward and you want to award that contract, I think we have another waste management meeting coming up in June. I think whatever information is updated, we need to have that updated, because this is a big decision. And I think most of us aren't technical enough to understand that, other than we're going to spend a lot of money. And I'm concerned that we have the best result possible as chair of Waste Management. And I just want to make sure that we understand it, I understand it, the rest of the committee understands it, then a very high level award, and then find out things later. So I hope we can do that.
Sure. Just on alternatives, and I expect that whoever submitted in response to this would be proposing anaerobic digestion. They won't be proposing alternatives. We did, at the direction of committee and council, staff did begin a process, a market sounding for mixed waste processing to consider a pilot project for that. So we issued a request for expressions of interest, to which we got considerable response. There were over half a dozen serious companies proposing things. I think it might have even been 8. We held commercially confidential meetings with each one of them to talk about their thoughts on mixed waste processing. And what I will say for that is the risk appetite for mixed waste processing amongst the proponents is very low. They expect Peel to carry a lot of the risk. If markets aren't available for the organics for mixed waste processing, they expect Peel to backstop that risk. If the project fails and they have to close it down in a short period of time, they would expect some sort of compensation from Peel to cover their capital. And this is pretty consistent across all of the proponents. I'd say the average price point, and this is with Peel kind of backstopping the capital of the facility, or even paying for the capital of the facility, was kind of in the range of $100 per ton just to process it. So it's, again, that process appears to be more expensive, certainly, than what we're estimating for anaerobic digestion. And of course, once we present the pricing for the ADE to council, we'll know if one is more than the other.
Okay, and that's good. It's good to get that information, and I think it's very important, because it's going to be a major change in the way we do things. And Mr. Chair, I'd like to suggest that that a report, an updated report, be. I know we don't have much of an agenda for the June meeting, so this would maybe take the whole meeting. But I really think that you've had the tenders or bids in for a while. That's another month. I think we should have more information so that we round out our knowledge base, and not just bring it all together in one final award meeting. I think it's very important, especially for the whole region appeal. Anyway, that's my comments, and I know that it was a fulsome discussion last time, and again this time I'm learning little bits and pieces every time we talk about it, and I understand that your separation from the committee. So, but that makes it difficult, because then we don't know exactly what's happening with this other group, and whatever general information we can come forward on, say, in the June meeting would be very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Dedman, did you have something on that point?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to Councillor Starr in response to your request for additional information. It is a little bit tricky because we're in the midst of a procurement process, and the information that staff are able to bring forward to council through the ongoing work that's happening is limited. That being said, if there is information that we can bring forward in advance of the contract award, we would certainly do that.
Oh, I wasn't at all bringing anything confidential, just that to have a more rounded discussion, some of the details, so that we as lay people can understand why we're going to spend what was the budget, 124 million plus upkeep. So it's a lot of money, and even though the region's got a large budget, I think all of us now are very cognizant that we got to watch every penny. So I leave that with you, and fortunately we've got an open date there, and whatever Keeley we can bring forward. That thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Thompson.
Thank you. It's been a while since I've been on waste management. I do know this was something that was rather interesting back when I was there. Question I have is, did we specify if it's a 2-stage or 3-stage anaerobic digestion?
To answer, no, we did not specify the type of anaerobic digestion, just that it had to be anaerobic digestion, and they each get to propose whatever their technology is.
Okay. My second question is we're just doing residential needs. We're not looking at the commercial side of things. I know when we toured Elmira's facility, what made it profitable and the net return on it for the operation was being able to do grocery stores and restaurants. And I was just wondering, do we have that opportunity to capitalize on that market when we're building something this big?
There could be a possibility. As I said, the facility is going to be capable of processing 90,000 tons per year. We don't generate quite that much yet. So certainly initially some other material other than residential could be brought in. We are allowed to bring in green bin material from other municipalities that's similar to ours. And then with the consent of the proponent, we're allowed to bring in commercial material. And as you know, some of the commercial material that's going into the Elmira facility can be, they bring it in a tanker truck. It goes directly into the digester. It can be a good source of revenue. So that's something that we could look at with the proponents.
Well, I do know for the agricultural application where they find it's even profitable selling the fertilizers with the commercial input, makes it a lot more, there's a bigger demand for it.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to, I'm just saying, where I guess I'm going is I'm just hoping that we're keeping it broad, that we're trying to make sure that we can capital as much as we possibly can out of something like this, that in the long run, we got more revenue streams that can make it cost recovery, that it's not a burden on the taxpayers. I think getting back to where Councillor Starr is wanting to go, I'm excited that I think you're definitely on the right direction. The Europeans are 40 years ahead of us on this initiative. Even in South America, I was quite impressed when I saw what they were doing in Brazil as well in those big cities. So what I'm just saying is I think this is something that we definitely need to get in the market and do this. I think it's great that we're doing gas, not getting into electricity, because I know that was another interesting venture. And I do know, speaking with the guys from Elmira, as they were saying, they were almost having to go against the religion with the language they were almost going to start to use just out of frustration. But I think the gas is definitely the way to go. Our garbage trucks are there. Our buses should be on it. So there's a lot of opportunity. So I do think it's our responsibility to give a hard look at this. So I'm looking forward, is what Councillor Starr is asking for. I know it's out there, but thank you. I just wanted to know what we were looking at and what the specs were going out for that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Innes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Norm. I'm a little bit concerned because if our chair doesn't understand the history and the decisions that we made to get to this point, even though he was on the committee prior to becoming the chair, I'm concerned that the rest of council isn't going to fully understand and appreciate the efforts and the research and the work that went into the history of coming up with this decision. So, coming back in June with another update, I think would be a great idea. As somebody who sat on waste management on my entire time on council, it takes a long time to go through these processes and to make something happen. And the longer we take, the more money it costs, and the worse off our environment is as a result. And so, I'm concerned that there's lots of conversations about mixed waste processing. We investigated this to no end, and that's not to say that it's not going to happen. And that's not to say that it wouldn't work in conjunction with an AD facility. In fact, it's going to require an AD facility. So, moving forward, I think that we have to make sure that we're putting all this information out so all members of council can understand why we made the decision that council made, why it was fully supported by committee previously, so that we can have some assurance moving forward, because it is a lot of money. It is a pandemic, but we spend a lot of money on a lot of things, including in this council meeting alone. So let's make sure that we have all of the information, all of the backstory, understand the financial ramifications well into the future, how it mixes with the our goal from our diversion targets to landfill and helping us achieve that, because there is that balance of fiscal responsibility and social responsibility. And I think as a region, we take great pride in balancing those two things. So I put that forward and would ask that when they come back in June, that maybe we have a little bit more detailed information as to how we got to where we are and why, even moving off of the incinerator that we were in the 11th hour of approving when we couldn't get the energy contracts. I think that information maybe needs to be refreshed in some of our colleagues' minds. And then moving forward, how this AD facility will work in the forward with the moving, everything from the full producer responsibility and how that's going to change and impact. It will impact all of this. And our multi-residential and our high density population, how that's going to change how we do waste and waste collection, and how that will work with an AD. Because I think that some of the concerns raised is that we're spending money on a facility that will not be comparable or will work in the future. And that's not true. That's not what's happening here. And I think that needs to be clarified and explained a little bit greater. But thank you to the entire team for your hard work. And I understand the predicament that Norm is in. We do have a tender process and protocols and policies and procedures in place to make sure that everything is on the up and up and as it should be. So, keeping that information aside, I think that a really good explanation of the history and then how it will work in the future is needed for all of council, because it is a lot of money and we all have to stand behind it. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Starr.
I just want to say to Councillor Innes, thank you very much for being so knowledgeable on this area and for maybe chastising me for not knowing the history. I want to tell you, I do know the history, and I preambled my remarks by saying I want everybody to understand what's going on. And I'll challenge you on the knowledge that I have on this area too, if you wish. But I want to be generalist so that we all understand which direction we're going, because it is a very, very important decision, as you say. It has been going on for a number of years, and I'm not asking for any inside or confidential information. I want to make sure that we all understand that when we do make big decisions, we make them together. So thank you for your help.
Okay, thank you all. With that exhausts my list. Madam Clerk, I think I need a recorded vote for this, as moved by Councillor Starr and seconded by Councillor Innes.
It's just the presentation, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so they've moved receipt. Are there any objectors? That carries. Thank you. I think, Madam Clerk, that brings me down to 18.2 under items related to Public Works, Long-Term Utility Financial Plan Working Group.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is correct. So would you like me to move forward with requesting membership for the working group?
Correct, because I understand we need appointees.
Perfect.
Please proceed.
Perfect. Thank you. So we're required to nominate members of council to the Long-Term Utility Financial Plan Working Group as per the terms of reference. Councillor Starr would be a member as a result of his position as chair of the Public Works section of Regional Council. And Councillor Fortini would also be a member as a result of his position as vice chair of the Public Works section of Regional Council. There are now two vacancies, vacancies for up to 2 members of Regional Council. So I would begin with asking if there's any members of Regional Council who would wish to serve on the Long-Term Utility Financial Working Group. I see Mayor Thompson.
And do I see Karen Rass's hand as well?
Councillor Raz, okay. Thank you. So with that, I just need a mover and a seconder to receive the recommendation. So I see Councillor McFadden and Councillor Demurla. Thank you. And the motion that I have in front of me is that a long-term utility financial plan working group be established, and further that the terms of reference for the working group as outlined in Appendix 1 to the joint report of the Commissioner of Public Works and Chief Financial Officer and Commissioner of Corporate Services listed on the May 27, 2021 Regional Council agenda titled Long-Term Utility Financial Plan Working Group be approved. And further that the elected members of the Long-Term Utility Financial Plan Working Group for the remainder of the council term or until their successors are appointed by Regional Council be as follows. Regional Councillor Starr, Chair of the Public Works Section. Regional Councillor Fortini, Vice Chair of the Public Works Section. Regional Councillor Raz, and Regional Councillor Mayor Thompson. And I will need a recorded vote for this, and I will begin with Mayor Brown. Mayor Brown?
Yes.
Mayor Brown in favor, thank you. Councillor Carlson?
Yes.
Councillor Carlson in favor. Mayor Crombie indicated that she had to leave for other municipal business. Councillor Demurla.
Yes.
Councillor Demurla in favor. Councillor Dasco.
Yes.
Councillor Dasco in favor. Councillor Dillon.
Yes.
Councillor Dillon in favor. Councillor Downey. Councillor Downey. Councillor Downey in favor. Thank you. Councillor Fonseca.
Yes.
Councillor Fonseca in favor. Councillor Fortini.
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Fortini in favor. Councillor Groves.
Yes.
Councillor Groves in favor. Councillor Innes.
In favor.
Councillor Innes in favor. Councillor Kovac.
Yes.
Councillor Kovac in favor. Councillor Mahoney.
In favor.
Councillor Mahoney in favor. Councillor McFadden.
Yes.
Councillor McFadden in favor. Councillor Medeiros.
In favor.
Councillor Medeiros in favor. Councillor Paleshi.
In favor.
Councillor Paleshi in favor. Councillor Parrish.
Yes.
Councillor Parrish in favor. Councillor Raz.
Yes.
Councillor Raz in favor. Councillor Sato.
Yes.
Councillor Sato in favor. Councillor Santos.
Yes.
Councillor Santos in favor. Councillor Sinclair.
In favor.
Councillor Sinclair in favor. Councillor Starr.
In favor.
Councillor Starr in favor. Mayor Thompson.
In favor.
Mayor Thompson in favor. Councillor Vicente.
In favor.
Councillor Vicente in favor, and that carries. It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us down to 18.4 as requested by Councillor Sinclair to be held. The report of the Waste Management Strategic Advisory Committee of May 20th of this year. Councillor Sinclair.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had raised an issue under our business regarding the closure of reusable goods exchange at Courtyard up in Caledon. My experience is the yard closest to me. There's no community group operating this function, and staff at the yard would arbitrarily say, oh, just throw that in the bin, and not allow me to put it in the open air recycling where people can pick it over if they want. And I have a pretty good idea of what still has value. So I raised this, and what my request was, and it's not reflected in the minutes, is that the function had been closed, and my request was to have it reopened. So I just for clarification, the conversation I wish to have with Waste Management is about reopening that function up at Quarry Road. So I don't know if we need to amend the minutes or just use this as direction. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Sinclair, and I do recall the flavor of the conversation that you quite rightly reminded us. Through to the Commissioner, how best to proceed?
Thanks for the question. Absolutely, staff understood the intent of Councillor Sinclair at Waste Management Committee. And the plan was to take that offline and have a discussion around the operation of that facility. So I'm not sure if there's anything in addition required for that, because we certainly understood the intent.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Very good. Yeah, very good. Sounds like message received and delivered, and that's a work in progress that we're carrying on. We're just receiving the report for now. Very good. Even with that,
move the report if necessary.
Yes, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Starr. I believe we need a recorded vote. Madam Clerk, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You are correct. It requires a recorded vote, so I'll begin with Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Mayor Brown in favor. Councillor Carlson?
Yes.
Councillor Carlson in favor. Mayor Crombie indicated she had to leave. Councillor Demerla?
Yes.
Councillor Demerla in favor. Councillor Dasco?
Yes.
Councillor Dasco in favor. Councillor Dillon?
Yes.
Councillor Dillon in favor. Councillor Downey?
In favor.
Councillor Downey in favor. Councillor Fonseca?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Fonseca in favor. Councillor Fortini?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Fortini in favor. Councillor Groves?
Yes.
Councillor Groves in favor. Councillor Innes?
In favor.
Councillor Innes in favor. Councillor Kovac?
Yes.
Councillor Kovac in favor. Councillor Mahoney?
In favor.
Councillor Mahoney in favor. I believe Councillor McFadden had to leave. Councillor McFadden, you're still. Oh, you're there. Okay, thank you.
I didn't say I had to leave. No, I'm here, and I'm in favor.
Councillor McFadden in favor. Thank you. Councillor Medeiros?
In favor.
Councillor Medeiros in favor. Councillor Paleshi?
In favor.
Councillor Paleshi in favor. Councillor Parrish?
Yes.
Councillor Parrish in favor. Councillor Raz?
Yes.
Councillor Raz in favor. Councillor Sato?
Yes.
Councillor
Yes,
Sato in favor. Thank you. Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Councillor Santos in favor. Councillor Sinclair?
In favor.
Councillor Sinclair in favor. Councillor Starr?
In favor.
Councillor Starr in favor. Mayor Thompson?
In favor?
Mayor Thompson in favor. Councillor Vicente?
Yes.
Councillor Vicente in favor. And that carries. It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. That takes us down to notices of motion. The first from Councillor Demerla, item 23.1, motion regarding municipal noise bylaws. Councillor Demerla, if you wanted to speak to your notice of motion.
Thank you, Chair. And this motion is really trying to address a significant change that the province made to the construction time that are allowed. Back in April of 2020, as part of the COVID emergency legislation, the province decreed that construction could take place from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. 7 days a week. And Chair Unica, you're quite familiar with Ward 7, and very dense in certain places and a lot of construction going on. And you can imagine 7 days a week, 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., it's going to get better now, but during the stay-at-home order, the number of complaints that I got, and I also want to acknowledge that Councillor Kovac's working with me on this. So, we've made some appeals to the province, and I guess they haven't really acted on it. So we did pass a similar motion at the City of Mississauga, and I wanted to also bring it to the region, and I hope I can get your support. All we're asking is for them to repeal this and bring back the old rules, which allowed the municipalities to limit it to 6 days a week. So it's not a big change, but at least you get respite on Sundays and holidays. Under the current rules, even on holidays, there's no respite. And to change the timings, I guess, from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., which were the old rules. So we're just asking the province to repeal this. And I don't know if Councillor Kovac wanted to say anything, but I feel for my residents, and this is just something that I hope we can do. I would like to make a small change, which is to add that this motion, if passed, be circulated to all of the MPPs. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Just because you have Councillor Dasko and Kovac, Councillor Dasko was first on my list, then I will come to Councillor Kovac. Councillor Dasko.
Thank you through the chair. And I just wanted to say that I'm very pleased that that Councillor Demerla and Kovac are bringing this forward. This is something that I actually asked about shortly after it was implemented about a year ago, and I was told by our legal counsel we can't go anywhere near it. It's provincial. It was brought through legislation, and it was absolutely brutal. At the time that this came in, it was right. There was a condo being built right across from the Port Credit GO train station in that vicinity, very dense as well, and was receiving no shortage of complaints, very justly so. It literally kept hundreds and hundreds of people awake, and disturbed their lives, their lifestyles, etc. I think this, I get it when the initial legislation was brought forward that it was meant for hospitals, respite homes, other types of things like that. And then it was just a blanket right across the board. So I'm very, very supportive of it, and I'm happy that that Councillor Demerla and Kovac are bringing this forward, and I'm happy to support them in this.
Thank you. Councillor Kovac.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, would like very much to extend my thanks to Councillor Demerla and Councillor Dasko as well for having so consistently raised this issue, pardon me, at the council table in Mississauga. I as well personally, in speaking with residents here within the city center area, are so well familiar of and with the additional challenges that people have had to go through with having to endure the loud construction noise beginning often as early as about 6:05 a.m. I've joked with some of the members of council in Mississauga that I use it as my alarm clock. I'm not joking. I really do. And it's very effective. And in some cases, what it's done, it's given developers kind of a blanket flexibility. They could, if they want, to go pretty late into the evening, and that includes weekends, it includes statutory holidays. And it's more my being irritated with the province being able to just sort of come in and say, the Doug Ford administration, that, you know what, we don't really care or respect what a city is doing with regard to their noise bylaws. We're going to trump that. So if this is seen as an extra step in trying to notify those in power of the province of what we're having to deal with, then I'm very supportive of that, and letting them know that it is a continued irritant for the residents. Mississauga News are very well aware of it. They wrote an article, I guess most recently in July 30th of last year, a little bit unbearable. Mississauga residents disturbed after province extends construction hours. As are Councillor Dasko and Councillor Demerla and myself, disturbed. So I hope that this will carry some bit of weight, and yes, would be only so happy to move as a seconder. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Raz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and through you to the mover and seconders. I think the construction that you're complaining about is section 2 of the reg, where it's any other construction activity in a municipality between the hours of 6 and 10. So I know that your motion just focuses on the healthcare sector, and I've raised this previously. There's timelines associated with a new long-term care home that's going in. It does impact residents. but also the quicker we can get it done, then the less it's going to be prolonged in terms of noise. So I'm just wondering, it just seems like this is specific to the healthcare sector when there's another section of the regulation that talks about any other construction activity. I'm just wondering if the movers or seconders can elaborate on that.
I see Deepika might like to speak to that. Deepika, you're up.
Thank you. And I think Councillor Raz, we had similar discussion at City Council, and the solicitor had clarified that they sort of come together and that is the way it has to be worded. I will say this, that I suspect that if you kept the hospital section, which is actually 24 hours, it's okay if it's for 2 weeks, but if you had 24 hours of construction for 2 years, because no matter how fast you build it, it's going to be built it's not going to be a 2-month project by any means. All we are asking is for the province to repeal it. What they replace it with is up to them. So I would be quite content to leave it as is for now, because we're not being prescriptive and asking them to say what the hours should be. All we're saying is the current one is really onerous, and 24 hours for hospitals and 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., 7 days a week for other construction. So I think that I'm okay with it as it is, but I'm happy to hear.
I'm just dealing with this one particular project, and they're trying to get it done. They're trying to be flexible, and right now they're not working on Sundays, but there may be days in which they have to. And this is a priority project for both for the hospital, for the region, and for the community. So, just as it's worded now, I think I'll just vote no at this point. But you can go ahead with it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Dasko.
Thank you, through the chair. And I just wanted to say, I can appreciate Councillor Raz's concern, and perhaps if the province does hear us, does repeal it, brings it back to what our own municipal guidelines are, I would imagine that that an exemption could be put in at that point, which would help that out in terms of the construction. So I just thought I'd offer that. I don't mean to kind of force your hand one way or the other, Councillor Raz, but I just thought I'd mention that might be a bit of a compromise.
Thank you. With that exhausts my list of speakers. So you have the motion before you as moved by Councillor DeMerla, seconded by Councillor Kovac. Madam Clerk, for the vote, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll begin with Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Mayor Brown in favor. Councillor Carlson?
Yes.
Councillor Carlson in favor. Mayor Crombie indicated that she had to leave. Councillor DeMerla?
Yes.
Councillor DeMerla in favor. Councillor Dasko?
Yes.
Councillor Dasko in favor. Councillor Dillon?
Yep.
Councillor Dillon in favor. Councillor Downey?
In favor.
Councillor Downey in favor. Councillor Fonseca?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Fonseca in favor. Councillor Fortini?
In favor.
Councillor Fortini in favor. Councillor Groves?
Yes.
Councillor Groves in favor. Councillor Innes?
In favor.
Councillor Innes in favor. Councillor Kovac?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Kovac in favor. Councillor Mahoney?
Yes.
Councillor Mahoney in favor. Councillor McFadden?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor McFadden in favor. Councillor Medeiros?
In favor.
Councillor Medeiros in favor. Councillor Paleshi?
In favor.
Councillor Paleshi in favor. Councillor Parrish?
Yes.
Councillor Parrish in favor. Councillor Raz?
Yes, with reservation.
Councillor Raz in favor. Councillor Sato?
Yes.
Councillor Sato in favor. Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Councillor Santos in favor. Councillor Sinclair?
In favor.
Councillor Sinclair in favor. Councillor Starr?
In favor.
Councillor Starr in favor. Mayor Thompson?
In favor.
Mayor Thompson in favor. Councillor Vicente?
In favor.
Councillor Vicente in favor. And that carries. It's unanimous.
Thank you. That brings us to our second notice of motion, item 23.2, as put to us by Councillor Sato, a motion regarding administrative monetary penalties system. Councillor Sato, if you'd like to speak to your notice of motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Councillor Downey has asked to second the motion, and she also had asked if I would agree to some amendments, which I am perfectly fine with her amendments, and I think she did send them to council and to the clerk. So we can take those as friendly amendments to the overall motion. This is a very simple one. It's basically asking the province again and again to really hurry up and allow us to use the AMP system, not only for the red light cameras, for our automated speed enforcement, and this is something that both Mississauga and Brampton, we were discussing it at the Vision Zero Task Force a couple of weeks ago, that, you know, we're going to have a lot of cameras out there, and the provincial court system is going to have difficulty handling them. So with the AMP system, we do not need to burden the provincial court system, and we can go ahead, use the cameras, and reduce speed and make our roads in Peel, in all of the municipalities and the region, much safer. It also covers the school bus arm camera as well, and we have asked for this before. You know, the province brought in the Moving Ontarians More Safely Act, but they have not legislated the changes that are in that act. And right now it looks as if that we would be waiting until 2022 for them to bring in the actual legislation for the AMPs, for using the AMPs. And we don't want to wait until 2022. We want to really push the province to allow us to do it now. And I know we have the support of Ontario Good Roads Association, the Ontario Traffic Conference, and I'm sure a lot of other municipalities that are in the same position we're in. And we are also asking at the, I guess, let me find it here, the last and further, well, no, it's not the last anymore because we've added a few on. We are also asking the Minister of Transportation to stop the pilot portion of the automated speed enforcement. It's been in place for over a year. It has shown, and not just in Ontario, but around the country, there are a lot of statistics that have shown the reduction in speed and the improvement of road safety. So we want to be able to start using the cameras, and especially at the region of Peel. We are so restricted. We only have one camera, and because it can only be used in school zones, that one camera is being used up in Caledon, where there are schools on regional roads. But the fatalities and the injuries are mainly happening on our major arterial regional roads. And under the pilot scenario, we cannot use the cameras on those roadways yet. So that and further is asking that we can expand it outside of the community safety zones and the school zones. And that section particularly applies to all of the municipalities, but particularly to here in the region of Peel, so that we can increase our use of the cameras on our regional roads. And, you know, the bottom line is we want to prevent injury and death on our roads and keep people safe. So I know Councillor Downey would probably like to speak to the part that she wants on there. And the roundtable on road safety, I think is vitally important as well. And she had suggested we add that in with the ministries and the stakeholders. Our MPPs are woefully unaware of road safety. And I heard this directly from, we have the Ontario Good Roads Association rep sits on our road safety committee at Mississauga. And they have gone to Queen's Park, and in his words, they have tried to educate the MPPs on the road safety and why we need some of these initiatives moved forward. And he said there was a lot of smiles and head nodding. And he said at the end of the session, he said, I'm not sure that they really understood that, you know, we need to make our roads safer. And so, you know, bringing some of the ministries in. Sorry, I'm putting my hand over my camera. I forget where it is. I'm on my iPad today. So bringing the ministries in and other stakeholders, I think we need to do that. We are pushing for the province to establish a provincial Vision Zero strategy. They have not done so. We had that motion 2 weeks ago. We've sent letters from Mississauga. We're now doing it from the Region of Peel. The Ontario Good Roads is really leading that charge, and they just keep sidetracking it. And I don't know why they don't want to do it. They think the federal programs are just fine. So maybe by bringing them together, we can work towards that as well. So, Mr. Chair, I'm really pleased to move this today. And I really want to thank our transportation staff for doing the bulk of the work in the wording on this motion. They did an absolutely outstanding job when I asked them. And they have been extremely supportive of this. So, you know, we have a great Vision Zero task force team here at the Region of Peel. And this is something that we really all need to get behind. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next on my list, Seconder Councillor Downey.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Councillor Sato has really summarized everything quite well, and I just want to thank her for her commitment to Vision Zero. All of these programs, you know, are kind of cogs on a wheel, so to speak. However, I think that our success with the mental health roundtable and having the minister come and sit with us and speak to us and listen to all of our community stakeholders was just a really great example of how we can, you know, bring all of these programs out of their own silos and really illustrate to our MPPs how they're working together and how all of those bits of legislation help us to get these programs off the ground and really working in our communities. So I felt that in this situation it would probably go a long way as well. So thank you for agreeing to that amendment and allowing me to second.
Thank you. Mayor Thompson.
Well, thank you, Councillor Sato. You and I agree on this one. And what I got to say, no, you're right. It's an excellent motion, and I do agree. But I do have one little friendly thing, if we can add to it, please, is AMO. Being at the AMO board and being former chair of the Rural Caucus, we pushed extremely hard with the Solicitor or the Auditor General on this, Minister Downey, and I think we just need to push it over the finish line. AMO's been working extremely hard on this. Mayor Crombie and Councillor Vicente are now sitting on that AMO board, and this would help them immensely. We need motions like this from our municipalities to help push us over the finish line. They've been working extremely hard. Everybody has, but I think just to tie it all together, if we could just add AMO to this too, please, I would be in favor of that. Thank you.
And I see a thumbs up that I'll take it as a friendly amendment. Thank you, Councillor Sato and Councillor Downey. Next up, Councillor Ras.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And through you, I absolutely support this motion. I sit with Councillor Sato and Dasco on the Mississauga Road Safety Committee, and there's a few of us that work on the school bus arm camera committee, the working group, and we've been banging those drums on the amps for over a year now. I've personally written to the Attorney General's office. I don't think they understand the urgency when, and pardon the pun, when the rubber hits the road, it's the municipalities and the our local police organizations that need to try to enforce all of these speeding efforts. And we can't do it just with the police. There's just simply not enough of them. So we need these technologies. We need them in areas that may be outside the community safety zones, and we need that flexibility. This is not a cash grab. This is about safety. I don't think there's any councillor around this table or mayor who doesn't hear about the speeding on our roadways every single day and those complaints. People are just going way too fast, and quite often they're also in very noisy cars, so they go hand in hand. So whatever we can do to make our roads safer and lobby on behalf of our residents to make that happen, I think that's our obligation, and I'm very happy to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Groves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, thank you, Councillor Sato, for bringing this forward. I've been beating this drum for a long time, and I certainly hope that the province recognizes and realizes the issues on our local roads. Highway 50, again, this is a real serious problem on Highway 50. I have lost many of my residents in fatalities on that roadway, and and it didn't meet the criteria for these ASDs. So I thank you for bringing this forward, and certainly my residents are very appreciative of this, and anything that we can do to just make our roads safer, that is certainly something that myself and my community appreciates. And like I said, Highway 50, I think it's one of the worst roads in Ontario, if you ask me, because it is overcrowded. We've got tons and tons of trucks that continue to use Highway 50, and it's just a very unsafe road. So thank you, and I enthusiastically support this motion when that time comes.
Thank you. And with that, that exhausts my list of speakers. Madam Clerk, over to you for the recorded vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As there are a few changes to the motion as originally presented to Council, I can go ahead and just read the therefore clauses that will contain the changes, if that's okay. So therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Regional Municipality of Peel requests the province to enact legislation to allow the use of an administrative monetary penalty system to process automated enforcement violations, including the implementation of all necessary legislative amendments and supporting regulations that would direct the net revenue from the automated enforcement penalties to municipalities as soon as possible, and that Council directs the Regional Chair on behalf of Regional Council to send this request to the Minister of Transportation and the Associate Minister of Transportation. And further, that Council directs the Regional Chair on behalf of Regional Council to write to the Minister of Transportation and Associate Minister of Transportation requesting that province draw to a close the pilot phase of their automated speed enforcement project and consider expanding applicability outside the current stipulated community safety zones and school zones to further increase roadway safety for all road users. And further, the Regional Chair host a roundtable on road safety in the region of Peel with appropriate ministries and stakeholders. And further, that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to the local municipalities, Peel MPPs, the Auditor General, AMO, and the Solicitor General for their awareness and support. And this does require a recorded vote, and I'll begin with Mayor Brown. Mayor Brown?
Yes.
Mayor Brown in favor. Councillor Carlson?
Yes.
Councillor Carlson in favor. Mayor Crombie had to leave the meeting. Councillor Demerla?
Yes.
Councillor Demerla in favor. Councillor Dasco? He indicated he also had to step away for other municipal business. Councillor Dillon? Councillor Dillon? I think I heard Councillor Dillon.
Yes,
Councillor Dillon.
sorry, did you hear me?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Dillon. Councillor Dillon, are you in favor? Thank you, Councillor Dillon in favor. Councillor Downey.
In favor.
Councillor Downey in favor. Councillor Fonseca.
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Fonseca in favor. Councillor Fortini.
In favor.
Councillor Fortini in favor. Councillor Groves.
Absolutely, yes.
Councillor Groves in favor. Councillor Innes.
In favor.
Councillor Innes in favor. Councillor Kovac.
I'm in favor.
Councillor Kovac in favor. Councillor Mahoney.
Yes.
Councillor Mahoney in favor. Councillor McFadden.
Yes.
Councillor McFadden in favor. Councillor Medeiros.
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros in favor. Councillor Paleshi.
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi in favor. Councillor Parrish.
Yes.
Councillor Parrish in favor. Councillor Raz.
Yes.
Councillor Raz in favor. Councillor Sato.
Yes.
Councillor Sato in favor. Councillor Santos.
Yes.
Councillor Santos in favor. Councillor Sinclair.
In favor?
Councillor Sinclair in favor. Councillor Starr.
In favor.
Councillor Starr in favor. Mayor Thompson.
In favor?
Mayor Thompson in favor. Councillor Vicente.
In favor, yes.
Councillor Vicente in favor. And that carries. It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. That deals with notices of motion. Were there any other councillor inquiries or other business? Seeing none, we also have no in-camera matters. So Madam Clerk, it's over to you for the bylaws.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a motion as moved by Councillor Raz and seconded by Councillor Fonseca that the bylaws listed on the May 27th, 2021 Regional Council agenda, being bylaws 35, 2021 to 37, 2021, inclusive, be given the required numbers of readings, taken as read, signed by the regional chair and the deputy regional clerk, and the corporate seal be affixed thereto. Are there any objections? Hearing none, that motion carries.
Madam Clerk, are you on to the in-camera bylaws now?
That is correct. We also have a motion as moved by Mayor Thompson, thank you, and Councillor Parrish, that the bylaws related to in-camera items 25.2 and 25.3, being bylaws 38, 2021, and 39, 2021, be given the required number of readings, taken as read, signed by the regional chair and the deputy regional clerk, and the corporate seal be affixed thereto. Are there any objections? Hearing none, that also carries.
And with that, that comes down to item 27, a bylaw to proceed to confirm the proceedings of councillor, moved by Councillor Kovac and Councillor Mahoney. All those in favor, do I have any opposed? That is carried. And finally, a motion to adjourn from Councillor Dillon, seconded by Councillor Fonseca. Any opposed? That is carried. Thank you to all. Well done. Enjoy the little bit of the afternoon that's left, and looking forward to Mayor Crombie's session tonight at 6 o'clock. Thank you all. Bye-bye.